here's to many more.
Okay, this time for sure. Definitely, probably. God damn it!
Hey, yo, you fucked up.
Okay, there, I hit play. Hello! How's it going, everybody? Hang on, I need something that, yeah, you guys need something, there we go. I just want to get him out. I just want to get him out, man. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody doing today? Oh, I'm so excited. I'm not going to spend too much time, dilly-dallying around, but we do normally start at, like, 20 after, so I'm just gonna... We're just gonna chill as people, like, maybe file in or whatever, but I do want to get to it ASAP because what the fuck just happened? You've been waiting so hard. I appreciate everybody who's, like, super fucking excited for this because I'm super excited for this. I know of a couple of people who bought the, or not, sorry, didn't buy the game, but picked up the game off of Steam, just to finish it themselves, and I'm like, shit yeah, support the dev. The game is free. Play that shit. That shit is crazy. Let me see. Okay, hang on. What did I miss here? We gone. Charlie, thank you for the 32 months subscription. YOLO, thank you for the 23 months. French Rodit, thank you for the 6. Cheesecube, thank you for the 45 stream streak.
Holy
Famous,
fuck. That's a lot of myths.
It's a lot of myths. Famous Reflex, thank you for the 25 months. Meyer Spike for the 30 streak. Moth Fireballs for the 170 streak. Shadow Walker for the 250 streak. And Atomic for the 19 month sub. Really appreciate it. I'm wondering where we can go from last week. Yeah, I don't know how this is going to end. I was thinking that maybe we can, like, take a second before we get started and talk about where you guys think this is going to go. And
Z.A.T.O
I'm going to recap on where I think it's going to go. I don't know where it's going to go. I did what I call a little YouTube thumbnail test where I find a no commentary playthrough of whatever game that I'm playing, and I just kind of, like, hover over the timeline to see whereabouts I am until I get to, like, a preview on the timeline that I don't recognize. And we're pretty close to the end. We shouldn't, this shouldn't take more than maybe an hour, maybe 2 tops. But, like, we're, like, right there. So, I definitely didn't want to rush it, but there was enough content to spill over to at least partially into the stream. So that's why today we're finishing this off. And then, sorry, I got my little Aquaphor here. And then, we'll be heading into, the beginner's guide right after. So, I'm excited. Planeswalk, thank you for the 75 stream streak, and Baka for the 41 months. I'm excited because I've literally not experienced a story like this before. Oh, that's awesome! I'm glad. Like, I thought it would be, I thought it would be a fun time for, to give the main channel audience a taste of what I do on, like, my side channel, because it's not, I cover, like, visual novels and stuff, and, like, gacha game stories and the like, but it's unlike the content we typically cover here, so I'm like, hey, you wanna see some of the weird shit we do? Some of the other, like, other games and shit that I do on my side channel? Because visual novels are an amazing medium where people can pull off some crazy shit and release it online for free. But thank you, 8-Bit Shaolin, for the 140 stream streak. Plains, I thank you for the 75 streak. I think I did. Did Veg show you the oh my god, Easy, can I show it? Easy, would I be able to, can I pull it up on stream right now? Like, I wanted to, like, post it everywhere, but I asked Zoran, it's like, hey, ask Zoran if Easy's wife has, like, social media I can credit or something, because I don't want to, like, show it around without giving credit. I'm hyped for ZZ hitting Steam tomorrow. Hell yeah. Oh my god, that is tomorrow with the launch of 3.0, right? I'm probably gonna cave and at least try to go for Valina because she makes Jane teams viable. I mean, Jane's always been viable with different teammates, but I'm like, I'm at least willing to try and go for Valina. I don't know, we'll see, but good luck. Oh, it'll be out for patrons tomorrow. Oh, okay. In that case, I won't show it off. So for anybody, but yes, thank you so much. It's wonderful, and I love it, and it looks really good, and Zoran posted it in, like, the little group chat that we have, and I cried. Sorry, to give context for everybody else, I am part of, Veg and I are doing a show with Narrative Declaration. We're currently running through the test sessions. We're doing Season of Ghosts, which is a Pathfinder 2E campaign, and we did a couple of test sessions over the past couple of weeks, which are up on Patreon. Easy Does It is Narrative Declaration's fantastic, wonderful, like, lead main video editor. His partner drew us fan art for the campaign, and I'm like, oh my god, it's so cute. It's so cute, but it's going up for patrons tomorrow, so I can't release it. Sorry to tease. But if you want to see it, it's dropping tomorrow on Patreon, so go subscribe Patreon. Patreon, yeah, do it. But also, these are test sessions, and we will be starting, when is it? Episode 1, okay, yeah, it's not this Saturday, it's next Saturday. So the campaigns, the official episode 1 and the episodes afterwards will be live streamed every other Saturday. Once for free, obviously, it'll be streamed, and then the VOD will be locked behind Patreon. So I'll make a big everyone post for the episode 1 debut, but I'm super excited, and I'm like, yeah. Fran will be happy to hear. Thank you, Fran. Thank you so much. It's so cute. It was adorable. I loved it so much. But yeah. It's been a fucking blast. I'm very, very new to tabletop RPGs. Like, as in, like, I've never, like, really played a campaign in full before, but, Zoran and everybody else has been so wonderful and welcoming, and it's been a really fun experience learning the ins and outs of trying to learn the ins and outs of Pathfinder. I've been watching like YouTube videos, I've been watching RP videos. I'm like, I wanna be at my best for this. I wanna make sure I can be at this table too, because everyone else at the table has been doing this shit. I'm like, I need to, but I'm having a good time, and that's the most important thing. Would strongly recommend following along. But yeah. Z.A.T.O is a solid system. Yes, I really enjoy it. I've dabbled with a couple of one-shots. Well, not even a couple. I think I did one shot, or like one really short campaign for like a couple of days that never panned out with D&D, and that wasn't a great experience. And then like a friend of my partner Josh's had like was a test player for some other TTRPG, and we did a one shot there years and years ago. But yeah, my experience is very limited, but I like the system. It's very intuitive. At least in my eyes, it feels pretty intuitive and easy to pick up. But yeah, it's been a good time. That wizard looks like it'd be pretty cool as a bear. I don't know. Are you assigning /J/JK? Are you assigning a persona to Zoran? I think I agree. This is a joke because it is a bear. Let me see here. I still miss Warhams. I think Warhams is still, like, they're still doing it, aren't they? Or are they not? I'm pretty sure they are. Oh wait, that's not what I wanted. Narrative declaration. Or it's like a sequel or something. I think? Maybe? Is it Chaos Odyssey they're doing right now? Yes. No, yeah, it's ongoing. Yeah, it's Chaos Odyssey right now, but... If I recall correctly, they announced its return. Cool! I know there's a couple of shows going on. I'm not super well versed in the other shows, but give them money anyway. Paul Blinder Mallfighter. Let me see. All right. Yeah, we're getting to the 20-minute mark here, so we'll get started pretty quick. But yeah. Let me see. Is there anything else to go over? I don't think so. I want to see how existential we can get by doing the Z.A.T.O mixing the Z.A.T.O finale with fucking with the beginner's guide. I'm ready. I'm so ready. TTRPG is so fun. I'm always thinking of characters to roll my funny dice with. Hell yeah. Oh, I guess that's one thing I can do. Hang on. I haven't actually here. Let me. Wait. Hang on. Wait. Hang on. There's nothing weird on the screen. I just want to be super sure there's nothing weird on the screen. I'm gonna pull up. Hang on. I'll pull them up. This is like a slightly outdated design, but like that's him. He gets updates though. What's that? Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure what that is. I don't know. It's public. Come find me. But I'm really excited. He takes a lot of inspiration from I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh my god, this is my completely new original OC. This is one of my favorite gacha game characters. This is one of my favorite gacha game characters of all time. He took a lot of inspiration from it. So like with the artist that's doing like our homework and stuff, I'm like, okay, so this is my favorite character, and I based John after him. Can we make him look less like Charon, just a little bit? Because like he's kind of looking like a little bit like copied homework. I want to differentiate him a little bit more, but like I'll never try to hide the fact that I fucking love this guy. I love this guy so much. But I love Charon Reverse 1999. I knew, of course. I'm open about it. I just can't mention it. You can't mention it on Toy House because you could actually get your shit taken down if you make comparisons to like canon characters because of like, I don't know, copyright or licensing things. You can't even say, oh yeah, this was inspired by X, because you can get your shit taken down. So it's not listed here, but anyone who asks, I will be the first person to admit it. I am not trying to hide anything here. I fucked up in the crib, Charon. Yeah, exactly. I'm currently running a campaign for a theater troupe when one of the players has done any kind of D&D before, and they have naturally settled into some serious power or friendship fights on their own, befriending a lot of entities they really shouldn't. Yeah, that kind of happens in the test sessions of our campaign. No spoilers, though. But it's up if you want to go to the Patreon and watch the episodes. Yeah. Alright, well, we are at 20 past, so I think we are good to get started. For anybody new here, or, you know, dropping in and not knowing what the fuck is going on, we are currently playing a game called Z.A.T.O. I Love the World and Everything in It. It's a very, heavily existential, visual novel, and we're gonna be basically doing the ending right now. We don't have a whole lot left, so we're gonna be polishing it off. I did activate commands that I have active on my side channel as well. We have ! What is this game? If you don't know what the fuck we're playing, and it's got the Steam summary and a link to the game on Steam, and the game itself is free. So if it does look interesting, and you're like, wait, I want to watch this ending for myself, download it. It's free. It's free. It's free. And then there is ! VN, which is, again, a project I'm doing for my side channel where I'm playing through a lot of visual novels to experience a lot of the genre, and I have a short list of like 40 of them that I want to get through over like the next couple of years. And Z.A.T.O. was added to the list quite recently because it is fairly new. I think it only came out in like, was it November of this past year or something? Like, it's pretty new. So, Mr. Big Stuff, thank you for the 450 streak. And Lou, thank you for the 40 stream streak. Appreciate it. Alright, without further ado, let's go ahead and get started. I was about to say something very carnal about Charon and Ulrich, but I decided not to curse your eyes with my unholy words. Do you know who you're talking to? Do you know who you're talking to, though? If you wouldn't... Hang on, sorry. Short brought it up. So blame Short for this. I gotta bring him up. I gotta bring him up. I love talking about the characters I like to people who don't play these games. If you wouldn't fuck Ulrich Reverse 1999, you're just kind of a coward, and I don't trust you. It is what it is. I have no control over that. So, yeah, no, you're in the right place. You're in the right place. So are we loving this world and everything in it yet? I'm not entirely sure, so... I'm gonna summarize... I'm gonna summarize everything up until this point very briefly. Long story short, we have the protagonist here, and her name is Asya. A-S-Y-A, Asya. She's very timid, she gets bullied a lot. There was a long-haired classmate of hers, and this classmate goes missing. So Asya has projected a lot of her aspirations and love and idolization into this classmate that she doesn't really know, because the classmate stood up for her a couple of times when she was being bullied. That projection, in combination with Asya's very unique perspective of the universe. Asya has this habit of personifying the universe as if the universe is a person, right? All that plus her self-esteem issues. No matter what shitty things happen to her, she always internalizes it and copes with it by finding the beauty in the shitty things that happen. Giving people the benefit of the doubt, thinking the universe, like, it always provides her with everything that she needs, and even the bad things that happen are a gift to her in some way. There's a whole thing about us trying to find her. We team up with a couple of other schoolmates to try and figure out where her classmate has gone, and the last, I want to say, couple of hours of the last stream that we had involved us finding out that the schoolmate, Marina, who was part of our little group to try and actually spearheaded the group to try and find what happened to our missing classmate, was actually harboring that missing classmate in her apartment. And we find out that that said classmate is just mentally sort of gone because of a shared condition that causes, quote, a hypersensitivity to code. Now, whether or not this is referring to the actual, like, game code, as in, do these characters know that they're in a video game, etc., that's not as explicit, but it's more along the lines of, in this universe, their universe is made up of code, and some people have a hypersensitivity to recognizing that code, and I'm not sure if it scales with the hypersensitivity or how much you focus on it or ruminate on it, the more unstable you become mentally. So, Azia, who finds, her current hyperfixation, her current one-sided love of her life, just completely mentally gone, tapping her fucking name in Morse code with a spoon on an empty glass. Azia recites a poem that she wrote and stirs her consciousness for the first time since she went nonverbal. And then the classmate disappears. She's just gone. Like, full-on Thanos snapped. One scene she's sitting in that chair, and the other scene she is gone. And that's where we left on the last stream. I'm summarizing it very poorly. A lot more little things happen, and it's very character-driven. It's heavily character-driven, and it's a piss-poor summary. But, it's a bare minimum I could do to try and get people up to speed if you want to at least, like, watch along, and you're not really interested in playing it or rewatching the VODs. That's kind of where we are right now. And my current theory is that the game isn't about Azia loving herself so much as it is, and I actually had this theory before we found out about the code stuff. I'm thinking it's like a Haruhi Suzumiya-esque sort of thing, where Azia is like either God or has a very strong relationship to the code and manipulation of the code without being aware of it. And because she placed all of her love into this missing classmate, who she, Ira, sorry, I don't think I ever said her name, Ira, who she finally found, because she put all of her hopes and dreams and love into this classmate, and then found her love has been resolved, and Ira returned back to the code of the universe. So that's kind of where I think we're getting at, but I have no idea. Delta, thank you for 18 months! Saw Sigma at Pride, he was the float. Sigma, like from Overwatch? The guy who gives his toesies out for free? Hello, welcome. I hope Mega Man was fun this Monday. Everybody go follow Peach Delta. Awesome friend of the channel. He is one of the two people I stream Umineko with every Friday afternoon. We stream with Wes every Friday afternoon, Umineko on the side channel there. Go check out Peach Delta ASAP. Let me see here. Did I say thank you, Mr. Big Stuff, for the 450 stream streak? Two Fees, thank you for the follow, great name. Kappa, thank you for 29 months as well. And Delta, again, thank you very much for the raid. I hope your stream was awesome, and I hope you have a safe trip. Hopefully you can still be in text for Umineko on Friday, because if you can't, I have thought of a gimmick for it. I have thought of a funny gimmick for it. But, alright. Okay, well, without further ado, welcome Raiders, I just finished recapping the story of Z.A.T.O so far. Too long didn't read, too long only started watching after the raid. mentally ill Russian girl. We're in the USSR. Mentally ill Russian girl puts ambiguously missing classmate on a pedestal and loves her a whole lot and obsesses over her in a non-yandere way. It's all very wholesome. Before we find her actually being hidden in the apartment building of a friend of ours, who pretended that she wasn't there at all. Yada yada. There is a self-awareness disease. They have the autism that is so autistic, they realize they're in a game, sort of. And once the main character professes recites her poem that she's written for this character that she loves, the other character gets fucking Thanos snapped, and that's where we're starting. If you're interested in it, it's free on Steam. ! What is this game? In order to grab a link to it, let's get started. All right. Can you hear it? Everything's good? Okay, let me know if I'm too loud, if the game's too loud or anything. Everything should be the correct settings from last time, but if they're not, do give me a heads up. We stopped right before this started, so I do not know who was speaking. Have you noticed any changes in how you perceive time or space? No. Are you experiencing any unusual patterns in your thoughts or dreams? No. Do you ever feel like you're watching yourself from outside your own body? No. Have you ever found yourself remembering things that didn't happen to you? No. Have you seen anything lately that no one else seemed to notice? No. Are you being honest with me? Yes? Okay. Are there any places, people, or ideas you're fixated on lately? Yes. Can you name them? Ira. Sending my message to the universe. What message? A love confession. A love confession? Yes. I will confess my love to the world. I'm very close to achieving the right signal strength. Signal strength? Are you using a radio? No, I don't need one. My will is enough. I see. Let's continue then. Does the world around you feel balanced or like it's trying to become balanced? Yes. Why do you feel that? Isn't it obvious? Please elaborate. Oh, who's this guy? Oh, is this... Hang on. I sigh. Okay, it is Lev. Lev pops the pill into his mouth while waiting for my answer. Ira, everything that she's gone through, it's the result of the world correcting itself. She caused a shift in my predetermined path. Then, when she disappeared from school, irregularities kept building up. In me, in Marina, in her own family, and many other people. Yes, this is Marina's brother. Marina is the person who was harboring Ira and who led the expedition to try and find her over the past day or two. And this is her older brother who works as a researcher in this closed USSR city at the only research institute there. And the researchers at that institute are researching this quote-unquote code. In me and Marina, in her own family, and many other people. She caused a huge distortion in the world, so she had to be assimilated into the greater stream. She had to, before any more damage could be caused. My voice isn't as stable as it should be. I glance in the corner. Marina's sitting there, expressionless. When Love came home, he found both of us in the bedroom. I don't know how much time had passed by then. This questioning I'm in the middle of right now has been going on for a while. So that's how you see it. The way he talks is very monotone. I'm not bothered by that. Perhaps I'm also being a little too calm. Is that wrong? Not entirely. He runs a hand through his hair, looking down at his notes. You're correct in that reality is always pursuing the status quo, but what happened to Ira is not directly related to the system rebalancing itself. Not in response to her, at least. What do you mean? It's the unfortunate result of her condition. She's been deteriorating for some time. The process has simply accelerated as of recent. Our efforts... He shoots a weary look at his sister. We were only delaying the inevitable. Actually, I've been meaning to ask you, this medicine, what does it do exactly? It's a kind of downer. It dulls pattern recognition and placates emotional responses. Emotional responses? You can't unsee what you've already noticed. The parts of yourself that have already degraded won't recover, but the drug will prevent you from spotting new patterns, or at least lower their prominence. It also dulls the stress you feel from observing such things. Sounds rather useful. Why would Ira stop taking it then? She had her reasons. Ira believed that what she saw in the code was the truth, unpleasant as it was. Not being able to perceive that information felt like going blind. There's also the emotional factor. The medicine doesn't just dull negative feelings, it dulls all of them. Oh my god, it is Prozac! Do we think it's an analog for antidepressants? Emoji Girl, thank you for the 7 stream streak. Nate, thank you for the 125. And Wolfman, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub for 20 months. Appreciate it. You can't remove intense despair without removing intense joy or happiness. It's a double-edged sword. You can imagine why she wouldn't want that. But Marina said she stopped feeling emotions due to her condition. So all along, it was the drug? It's not so simple. Marina's psyche really did change irreversibly. Sadly, the pills have just solidified certain effects. How much of it is one or the other, I can't tell you. Everyone naming different antidepressants is a really scathing view of antidepressants as a class. Don't get it twisted. I'm only talking about SSRIs. There are different antidepressants that are not SSRIs, and you probably shouldn't touch SSRIs unless you know exactly what you're getting into and the negative effects of coming off of them. Like, sometimes that's the only, for me, that's the only thing that worked for a while, and then it stopped working. For some people, just, if you haven't tried other things first, don't jump straight into SSRIs. Don't do that. SSRI withdrawal fucking sucks, yo. You don't want to take a medicine whose primary withdrawal symptom is quote-unquote brain zaps, end quote, unless you absolutely have to. So, I'm not on Prozac anymore, and I'm glad I found something else that worked for me over time, but yeah, it was rough there for a while. Kept me alive, but it was rough there for a while. Do you really believe it's irreversible? Nothing to suggest otherwise. Well, actually, right before Ira disappeared, she came back for a moment. Meaning? Her eyes, everything about her. It's like she managed to bring back her old self for a second. It was the Ira, the one I knew. The person. She was looking right at me. You don't believe me? It's not that I think you're lying, but what you perceived might not have been the objective reality. Why? Why wouldn't it be? I'm just making assumptions based on your answers, however. There's a high probability you possess a similar level of code sensitivity to Marina and Ira. Oh, one other thing to point out, as a summary, is the fact that it's strongly implied that Azia also has the same code sensitivity, but because of her worldview and how she folded her philosophy into how she perceives the world, she wasn't destabilized. This is a theory. She wasn't as destabilized as other people who have this condition because she believes, like, she just accepts it as normal, right? This was my primary theory because she accepted, well, not my primary theory. I had ideas and then chat talked and we spoke and I'm like, that's a really cool theory. It was a combined theory. And that because she has a unique way of perceiving the world, there's this line last stream where Marina was talking about the code sensitivity and saying like, well, you know, once you find out that literally everything in your world is deterministic, like, that can like make you lose your mind. And then Azia's internal monologue was like, well, sure, everything's deterministic, but that's beautiful, and I don't understand why people would be disturbed by that. So we're thinking that her very unique perception of the universe and how she interprets everything, good and bad, has actually helped stabilize her for as long as it has, compared to Marina and Ira, who had the same sort of condition and had to manage it in different ways. Or get Thanos snapped, I guess. But it's a strange case. Or she she is destabilized differently, says Infinite Justine, which is true. Yes, she could have also, because she's also not entirely stable. Some weird shit has happened to indicate that Azia is growing unstable after the disappearance of Ira. But a very quick onset of whatever the fuck is happening. But it's a strange case. Despite everything pointing to you having high pattern awareness, you don't seem mentally distraught. Perhaps your willingness to indulge in delusions has something to do with it. Yeah, there we go. Delusions? Don't be alarmed. It's pretty common among those susceptible to the code, though whether they manifest into actual distortions varies from case to case. I'm sorry, but you're deciding this based on some questionnaire? Based on your answers to the 140 questions defined by the protocol, namely the questions relating to your childhood. It's true that faulty memory might be to blame, but there are some inconsistencies, let's call them that. Questions relating to your child, we don't know a whole lot about that, so we're probably going to be getting some insight soon. You can't know that. With all due respect, sir. Well, we keep a record of certain incidents, so I do know a little. Huh? Just lay off her already. That's the first time I've heard Marina's voice since Ira's merging. It's harsh and raspy. She's even internalized it as a merging. Like a returning to the universe, like we were talking about. It's harsh and raspy. I was there too, you know. Ira came back, I think. But it was brief, and she was unresponsive. Interesting. You sure your own symptoms aren't making a return? I'm not delusional. I tried to make it work. I can't. Not to that degree. Good. Good. Wait, what do you mean not to that degree? Forget it. Doesn't matter anymore. Are you talking about the book? The one that was displaced? Oh, the book! Okay, that could okay. Marina grimaces and closes her eyes. Maybe Ira was onto something. Maybe I should stop taking this crap. Don't even think about it. She scoffs in response. Lev pops another pill. What was I talking about? The return to stability. Ira doesn't have anything to do with it. It's the whole city. Everything is returning to null? Huh? Distortions caused by individual people are nothing in comparison to the ones produced by the research complex. They encompass Vorkuta 5's entire area. So that means the city will undergo correction. Or rather, it's being corrected as we speak. The process started weeks ago, maybe even earlier. Our detection tools aren't perfect, so it's hard to say. But the local algorithms have become severely unstable. You must have noticed. We're giving it a week at most with the code's current rate of degradation. At this point, there's nothing we can do. But we can make it easier on ourselves. How so? Lev moves a pill bottle towards me. Everyone will eventually develop the symptoms. Your family should be prepared. But why isn't the town being evacuated? It won't change anything. It's not about the area, it's about the causes of distortion. In one way or another, everyone here is tied to the complex. We're all complicit. Please take this medicine. It should help. Thank you. But I don't need it. These negative effects you mention, I don't experience any of that. You say that now, but it'll get significantly worse. Even for you, it's very likely. I don't mind. The things you're describing, it seems like you're really afraid of them. I understand why. But after seeing what happened to Ira, I don't think dissipating into the greater world is all that bad. Then let your parents have it. The medication? Yes. If you don't want to take it, fine. But let them have that choice. They're probably already. Just take it. Put the medicine into my apron pocket. Both siblings see me to the exit. So both of you knew this was coming for a while? Lev nods. And if you knew this was inevitable, why did you try to keep Ira alive anyway? Wouldn't you? Yes, I would. Okay, so that definitely adds context as to why Marina did what she did. If Marina knew that the universe was only gonna have well, not the universe, but like their city only had a week to go anyway, there was no point in helping her get back home and letting her parents see her in that state. I get it now. That... Oh boy.
So that's how you are. A winding path that endlessly erases its own curves. That's how I chose to understand you. But I was wrong, of course. It's an offensively simplistic way of thinking. I believed you were indiscriminately filing down each little imperfection, that every little bump was a slight of equal proportion. Can you imagine? I should have known you're better than that. I really believed that my free will was an affront to you, as if my actions were worthy of your acknowledgement. So from the bottom of my heart, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I thought so little of you. How have I not realized it before? At the end of the day, everyone's existence is full of little insults. We're an ungrateful species. No matter how good we have it, we'll always be thinking of what-ifs. So would you really go out of your way to punish every person on the planet? Smite every conscious life form in the universe? Please. All of these violations are no different from the meaningless barrage of insults I hurl at myself. It's all white noise. It's all just pinpricks. For something to rouse you, it would need to be truly unforgivable. An action, a being that's rotten to its very core. Research center. The place whose entire existence is a sin. The place that contaminates everything around it like a plague. The town, the people, the reality around. Everything is infected. Everything's impure. Really, you have no choice but to erase it. The city's not a pinprick, it's an open wound. Thank goodness it's healing. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Oh, sorry. Looks like I still wish you'd wait a little longer. I still hope that you let this gash fester some more. It's a horrible thing to say, but please, wait out just a bit. My words can't reach you yet, you see. They're close, but they're still falling short of piercing through the atmosphere. However, my signal has gotten very strong. I feel that from now on it will accumulate strength on its own. So please, let me look at you for a little while. Let me gather a little more love in my heart. I don't need much, just enough for my signal to go through. I know it's a preposterous request, especially after everything I've done. You have your full right to decline, but I promise this is the last thing I will ever ask of you. Please listen to my message.
Oh, good timing, Adir. Thank you for the follow. Episode 3, Asia. Do I have to click? Oh, no.
Today is a good day. Isn't that a silly sentence? You hear it all the time, but no one seems to realize how dumb it sounds. I guess it's one of those common tautologies like close proximity or end result. Not that I'm irritated by it, I actually find it rather sweet. But even so, you should remember that each day is inherently good. Even if you feel a bit under the weather, it's a good day. Even if you miss somebody really badly, it's a good day. Even if everything around you is changing in a way you fail to understand, it's a good day. The fleeting feelings of a human can't change the day's intrinsic qualities, can they? Still, I think I'm justified in saying that today, because I'm drawing a comparison, you see. Today is good, obviously. There's no other way to define it. But tomorrow will be even better. Tomorrow from 10:30 to 11, the sun will rise. Tomorrow at 10:30, the polar night will finally come to an end. Tomorrow at 10:30, I will be where I need to be. I can't wait. I can't wait.
Your friend's not here today.
Who? Who do you think?
Your pit bull, then. Hey, that's spot on.
The bright electric light above my head stopped blinding me. My eyes don't hurt or water. It's white, pure artificial white, but there's no power in it, no substance to speak of. Nothing to affect me with. It's as good as non-existent.
Yeah, you don't have a boyfriend, right, Shabina? Why's that? Dude, look at her. Be real. Bro, come on, don't say that. What, you want to be her boyfriend? Yeah, it's all just repeated dialogue. This is a repeated scene from before. Hey, Shabina, want to go out with Igor?
There's nothing I can be affected with. The light? No, I'm not looking at the light. There is no light to look at. The tundra outside stretches for all eternity. But it's not like a sphere, it's like a corridor. An eternity with clearly defined margins. Funny how that's possible at all. You're just so full of contradictions. It's very cute.
You know, that's good. It would be pretty selfish if you stopped doing your homework altogether, yeah? We all rely on you, you know? Yeah, these lines were said by Vadim the first time around, but now Vadim isn't here. Yeah, you're the best. You're so smart. What would you do without you? Hear that? The people need you, Shabina. We'll forgive you this time. Just don't get used to it.
Tundra is an endless corridor. The city stretches its dimensions to their limit. This means the ceiling is only as low as the city allows it to be. The sky is only as tall as the city's tallest point. It's as if everything was set up for me from the start. Unlikely, but it's nice to think about it that way. A bird flies past the window, again and again. I used to count, but now I've stopped. I close my eyes and feel the hard wood of the chair beneath me. I'm Azia. Azia is my name. It only took 2 days. It's been 2 days since I visited Marina's apartment. The time flew by so fast, yet each hour felt like a year. I don't know how it works. A lot of the things I've been pushed into the farthest corners of my mind have become harder to deny. Not that I have a reason to deny them. There's nothing bad about people casting shadows at irregular angles, or sounds and voices coming from the wrong direction, or branches moving the exact same way in sync, or memories replaying themselves differently each time, or me doing things I've already done but never noticing it in the moment, only after. It's alright. Everything is falling into place. The schoolyard looks okay. Still cold, still loud, with kids shooting snowballs from the hill, though I'm not sure what they're throwing them at. The light is slightly off, it's a little too blue. Was it always this blue? It's a beautiful color. Marina and Vadim are just around the corner. They're both smoking.
It's you.
Marina.
She doesn't talk.
I see. How's your family? What a pitiful face. I unbutton my coat and pull the small bottle out of my apron. Here. Mom refused to take it.
Then force her.
I can't.
What about you?
I don't want them. Vadim takes the medicine from my hand. He dry swallows 2 pills right away.
Marina.
Hey. He taps her shoulder. She looks at him, dazed.
See this?
Okay. He takes a cigarette out of her mouth and passes it to me. I don't smoke.
Just hold it.
He tries to open Marina's mouth a bit wider to slip the pill in. For a moment, it seems like she won't resist.
Say,
She shakes her head and slaps Vidim's hand away. He smiles faintly. My eyes sting. I give the cigarette back to him. I'm sorry. I hug her, and she hugs me back. Her hand reaches up and pats my hair. There's nothing to that gesture. It's like she moves on autopilot. That's okay. That's okay. The television is still on. I hear its quiet murmur from the living room. It was on in the morning, too. It was on yesterday. When was the last time it was off? I stand still by the glazed door. The matted glass makes it impossible to make anything out. All I can see is the bright glow of the TV framing my father's shadow. I don't want to open the door. I'm not going to open the door. But it's already half ajar. Mom isn't anywhere else in the flat. She must be in there. Yesterday she kept asking me where Dad was again and again. I didn't tell her. But her sheets were all over the floor when I came back, as if she crawled out of bed then made her way towards the noise. Towards the living room. Mom? Mom! Mom. I should come in. I should come in and talk to her. To them. My hand reaches towards the handle. The TV... What's that program? I don't think I recognize the sound of it. It seems familiar, like a regular news broadcast, but I can't understand a single word. I close the door. I can still hear it faintly. It's okay. My breath is a little uneven. Why? It's okay. Sunrise is tomorrow, right? Right. I'm Azia. Tomorrow is the best day of my life. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. My eyes snap open. What's the hour? I turn on the lamp. Ah, okay. I wound up my alarm clock before bed, but that turned out to be unnecessary. In the end, I didn't get a wink of sleep. My heart wouldn't stop beating out of my chest, and my head buzzed like crazy. What a mess. It was like that the night before the school trip, too. It's really inconvenient. Oh well, I feel much calmer now. I wonder why. It's day X, after all. Maybe it's a kind of acceptance? Yeah, I suppose. Whatever happens, happens.
The lamp like the man in the coma lab. Ah, true!
It's a dim winter morning. I sit in the kitchen waiting for the tea to brew. I've already ripped the top sheet off the calendar. December 28th. Just 3 days before New Year's. 3 days. I totally forgot to get a present for my parents. There's been so much stuff going on, it really slipped my mind. I'm just making excuses. Not that it matters now, but...
Hey, Roto!
BLT5 scream shake, BLT5 scream shake, BLT5 scream shake, BLT5 scream shake.
Thank you very much, Roto, for the tier 3 and for the resubscription for 11 months. Appreciate it.
I stand up. Suddenly I feel inclined to do something I really shouldn't. I know it's bad, but if I don't check for it now, then it'll be very sad, I think. I grab a stool and drag it out to the big wardrobe in the hallway. I found the spot by accident while looking for something a couple of years ago. Upon the highest shelf, a shelf behind the shoeboxes, is where they hide my birthday presents. And the ones for New Year's, I assume. I never checked the place after discovering it. Even though I was really curious sometimes, I didn't want to ruin the surprise. But this time... I see it. A colorful wrapper. For a second, I hesitate. This is it. This is my New Year's gift. It feels so wrong looking at it early. But... My hand reaches out and grabs the package. I giddily climb down from the stool. To my room. I don't want to tear the wrapping paper, so it takes a few minutes to open. Whatever is inside feels soft. No, not really. Is it... Oh, I see. It's both hard and soft. 2 whole presents. Wow. First is a hardcover journal. I peek inside. Whoa, the paper is so good quality. It even has a little introduction page for me to write my name on. Man, I really feel like writing something now. This is so cool. The first page, the one right after the introduction, it's missing. I didn't notice it at first, but upon closer look, it definitely seems like someone tore it out. But why? The other part of the present, I held a pair of mittens in my hands. They're a soft cream color with a neat red pattern on the cuff. I put them on. They're really warm. I pat my face with them. I stare down at the presents I've opened too early. I should write something in the journal, but I don't have the time. I can't come up with a poem this quickly, and it takes me a while to draw anything good. Not that I'm all that good at drawing in the first place. What do I do? What do I do? I need to finish my tea. I need to go soon. Damn it, anything will do. I can't leave the journal blank. Mom wanted me to write in it. She wanted me to have it. She bought it. She wrapped it into pretty paper. She hoped I liked it. I like it. I really, really like it. I'm going to use it. I'm going to write in it for as long as I can. I'm going to write about how much I like it. And I'll write about how cool the hardcover is and how smooth the paper feels. And I'll write about how soft and pretty the mittens are. I thought she gave up knitting a long time ago. Well, maybe I just didn't notice, didn't care to ask. That's probably the case. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I never talked to you as much as I should have. Have we ever talked? We have, right? I'm not sure. I'll apologize to you again and again. I'll write 2 pages of apologies. No, 3. And I'll write about how grateful I am to you. I'll thank you many times. There has to be at least as many thank yous as there are sorries. I still need to write more. That's okay. I've got more to say. I'll write about how much I love you too. That's gonna be a lot. It's gotta be. I'll list everything that I love about you. It'll be a little difficult at first, and embarrassing as that is to admit. As embarrassing that is to admit. But I'll try. I'll really try. I love your cooking. Well, to be perfectly honest, I never liked the meals too much, but watching you cook always felt so nice. And I love when you talk about something with a smile. I can't remember the last time that happened, but I know it did, and it made me happy. I love how pretty you are, especially when you put on that dress. You know, the flowery one. And I love how you ask me about my day and what I would like from the store. And I love it when my face is red from how hard I'm thinking. My head's starting to hurt. Why is it so hard to come up with this stuff? Isn't it wrong? Shouldn't these things come naturally? Doesn't that make me a terrible child? It's like there's this border in my mind I just can't cross. All I can reach is the most surface level observations, as if everything beyond my immediate surroundings is swallowed up by an impenetrable darkness. It's like my memories are... Oh, that's right. Of course, that would make sense. I look down at the notebook. Despite my reservations, I've managed to exhaust a good dozen pages. Skimming them now, my grammar isn't very good. It was never that bad, was it? Perhaps it's time I stopped. My hand feels sore. I shake my wrist and glance up at the clock. Crap, I really need to go. Oh, but it did feel so nice to write here. This really is a wonderful present. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I love you. Signed, Azia. Signed, Azia. My name is Azia. I close the book and grab the mittens I've left on the bed. They're really lovely, too. Of course I'll wear them. I gotta get dressed. The tea must be cold by now, but that's for the best. I'll just down it quickly. Then I'll brush my teeth, brush my hair, make myself look decent, and then I'll be on my way. Luckily, it doesn't take long. I slip into my Valenki and take a last look down the hallway. The door to the living room is still closed. There are no shadows on the other side. Just quiet static. I think that's okay. Hey, Rainbow Wagon, thank you for the resub. 24 months, it's almost a year.
That's almost a year.
Goodbye, everyone. I leave my apartment. Oh my god, are they already gone? Think her parents are already gone? Leave my apartment. The door closes itself behind me. Everything is so quiet. It's still pretty early, I suppose. It's Sunday, too. I went to school yesterday, which means it's Sunday. People don't get up early on the weekend, so that's why there aren't any. That's a good explanation. Are people already gone? Like, they're already, gone? One by one? Christ. Even if it's wrong, even if I know why nobody's around, it's really true. The wound is closing. Soon the world will heal. The sky is a lovely muted indigo. I wish the street lamps weren't on so that I could see it a little better. The sun will already have come up by the time they're off. A pity, but there's also a lot of charm to how these streets look at this time of day, especially with all of the New Year's decorations. It's just that I seem to have grown a little tired of the dark. Don't worry, it's only a little. I like how the yellow lights contrast with the blue. I like how snowflakes flicker under burning beams. I like how snow mounds shimmer when they're just outside the rings of light. Actually, I want to get a better view. Can I really do this? I don't see why not. I look both ways, more out of habit than genuine caution. It's not like we had tons of cars driving through here before. Did we? I mean, everything's pretty close. So the cars driving past were mostly outsiders coming in and out of the city. We didn't get too many of those, I believe. That's how it should have been, logically speaking. I bet that's how it was. I'm sorry, my head has been getting pretty foggy. Please, bear with me. I quickly walk into the middle of the road. Azia. I'm Azia. My name is Azia. Right. The street. I've walked here all my life, but it looks so much broader now. I like this angle. It feels fresh. Walking down the road like that. No, I don't want to walk. It's childish, but my body feels like running. I've never flown in an airplane, but I've seen this on TV. They have these long tracks lined with guiding lights, just like the street ahead with street lamps on each side. It's pretty close, right? And just like a plane, I'm going to ascend above the clouds, up to the stratosphere and beyond. This is my landing strip. I'll spread my wings, I'll rev up my engine, and take off! What are you doing?
I don't know who that is. I think now is a good time to pause. We are at ad break time. We're going to pause right here, and I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. I'm sorry. Bad timing, but I don't want to get into anything more emotional. I don't want to get into anything more emotional while we're on ad break. Or while ad break. Ads kick in, rather. Yeah, not everyone's gone yet. I don't know who this is. You think it's Vadim? John Twitch, I will never forgive you. Oh, hang on. Let's put on some... Well, I mean, I guess what I wasn't expecting was that it was something that everyone... I mean, I guess it was indicated by the fact that, like, Vadim's brother and father were going through it, right? So, like, we were thinking about, like, how it was spreading, but it didn't seem to be necessarily contagious. And I think what I said was, like, I wonder what the criteria is for people to start developing this. So now it's like, it's not contagious, but it was spreading, and it was inevitable. And I wasn't expecting it to be, like, a city-wide thing, right? I thought it was, like, kind of like how I mentioned, like, the forbidden knowledge in Genshin. I was wondering if there was, like, something very specific that, like, triggered this that people didn't realize they were doing. Like, whether it be, like, a personal situation or something they shouldn't be reading or et cetera, et cetera. But, like, no, everyone was just fucking doomed from the start, weren't they? See you later, Atomic! If it's Ira or Marina, I'm going to die. I could see it being Marina. Ira's already gone, though. I don't think it's Ira. Because, like, physically, she's gone. And I think that was kind of reinforced by the implication that, Azia's parents are also gone. Because they were there watching the TV, and by morning, by the time she got up, like, there was nobody there. Unless she's hallucinating. I no longer think she's God. But she's incredibly resilient. Maladaptive daydreaming wins again. Either way, gotta re-listen to the second VOD because of this. I got the very beginning and now the very end and, like, dots of the movie scene. It's very good. And it is free. It is free if you want to, like, pop that up on Steam. Deem had the pills, didn't he? He did have the pills, that's true. You think it, like, stabilizes people until the end? You're gonna respond to the research facility in the place of closed city to house said facility. It makes sense that it hits the whole city sooner or later. Absolutely, it does, yeah. I have a theory about something I saw, but I'm not gonna say until after the end. Alright, sounds good. Welcome back, everybody. I don't think we have any fan works. I don't think we do. We do not. Okay. Okay. I think we can keep going now. Everybody should be back. Joshua! Josh, so everybody say hi, Josh. Hello! We're at the end of the existentially depressing visual novel, so I'm gonna be distracted for a while. Also, chat says hi. Josh says hello back. Alright. I think overall knowing that anything is ending is always going to be sad, and with the things that are breaking down, including people's own minds, that part is certainly scary to think about experiencing. Absolutely. Like, at the end of last stream, I think one of our big theories by the end was that the code was referring to the video game itself, and the whole I love the universe and everything in it was like a meta reference, because everything is predetermined by the code, like a video game. Like, there's no deviation from what was already outlined, you know? And that we thought that the I Love the World and everything in it was a reference to the game itself. And when Azia was talking to the universe, she was talking to like us as the player. I don't quite think that's the case anymore. At least like not in full. If that makes sense. I don't think that's where they're going with this. Not entirely, but let's see. What are you doing? Ow. Good dog, thank you for the tier 3. 17 months, appreciate it. We're 9 away from the 20 goal. For today. Wait, hang on, real quick. Real quick. I want to see. Okay, yeah, we should be good for Shenmue. I think we're gonna be good for Shenmue. Be okay. Alright.
I stumble and collapse into the snow. What? What? I shuffle to get back up to see the person who just spoke to me. That voice, that laugh, it can't be. Whomst?
I don't have a whole lot of voices. I don't know how to voice this person. Tosia? Oh my god! Rover, thank you for the resub at tier 3, 33 months. This is not...
Wow.jpg.
I am taking this as explicit confirmation of the alter theory we came up with. That this is a part, like whoever Tosia is a part of Azia for sure. For sure. The fact they're showing up right before the world ends, yeah. That is definitely a part of Azia. 100%. I apologize this is reductive sounding to this game, not my intention. I consider a compliment. This feels like an analog horror in the best way. It is, and there are definitely lots of elements that would make it feel that way, because we have had like very certain jump scares in the game as well. It's supposed to feel offsetting and weird, but it's also not just for the sake of being scary, and I think that's what makes it feel worse. I don't know. I don't have a lot of voices. We're just gonna go on. We're gonna make him sound like Vadim probably, but nicer. What's for your steppin', will ya? Tosia? My body moves on its own. Whoa there! She's female. I fling my arms around her. She laughs and spins me around. Tosia, I missed you so much. It's been a while, hasn't it? I can't stop giggling. It's hard to speak at all. Tosia is laughing too. We settled down to catch our breaths. I'm so happy you're here. I really thought I'd never see you again. Ah, she's cute!
Right back at ya. Man, look at you now, though. All grown up. You've also changed a bit. Your voice is different. Huh? Really? Yes. Whoa, that's bonkers. I didn't notice at all. You still say that? What? Bonkers? You got a problem with bonkers? I don't. Thought so. Tosia, I can't believe it. It's been 3 whole years, but it's also like no time has passed at all. She looks a little older, but her personality is just as I remembered it. So? Where are you heading? Oh, I'm going to the research center. Huh? Why? I have something I need to do. It's important. Whoa, so serious. Yeah. You're not gonna tell me what it is, are ya? Why, it's not really a secret. I'm going to send a message to the world. A message? Like love and peace? Kind of. Man, we meet at last and you decide to act all cryptic? Give me a break.
We meet at last is a very curious choice of wording.
Sorry, but you can tag along if you want. See everything for yourself. Why not just tell me? Bleh. Sure. Not like I have a choice. Yay! We walk down the empty road, chatting just like we did when we were children. I'm so happy. I just really couldn't imagine ever seeing her again. Talking to her, hearing her voice, Tosia. My memory of her seems so spotty at times, but I'm glad I was right. I remembered her right. How have you been, anyways? Good. I still write, and I walk around, and I've met a lot of nice people. Yeah? Like who? Where do I start? First, there were the guys at school. For a while, I didn't have any friends, well, after you left, but then they started talking to me, and, they joke with me every day. There's this boy, Vitya, we talk with him sometimes. He, last week he bought me soda. God, she doesn't remember his name. Yeah? Mm-hmm. Then there's, Maria. Maria? You call her by her full name? No, not really. It just sounded natural for some reason. She's very popular, but she still finds time to talk to me, and we hang out a lot, and she brought me magazines she brought magazines to read with me. Oh, and we went to the cinema the other day. There was a Hollywood film showing. Whoa, sounds fun. What was the name? It was about a star, and, my mind scrambles for anything, even the vaguest memory of what the movie was. But it's like looking through the glass pane of our living room. Nothing but blurry shapes and muttering I can't decipher. You okay? Yes, I'm fine. Sorry, there's been a lot on my mind. Sure looks like it. But hey, you're a real socialite now, huh? Who would have thought? No, it's nothing like that. Me, compared to how it used to be. I'm glad to hear it, really. I guess. Thank you. Maybe I shouldn't have come back at all. No, what are you saying, Tosia? Of course, I'm kidding. Jeez, you're so easy to tease. She ruffles my hair. Ugh, you're mean. Yeah. Speaking of, the other kids aren't picking on you, are they? Picking? No, of course not. You sure? If I want to bully someone, you'd be at the top of the list. No, seriously. The boys can get a little carried away with their games, but my friend never lets it go too far. Your friend? You mean Masha? No, not her. Another girl. Her name is Ira. Oh? Ira's really cool. She's amazing. She can come across as a little unfriendly at first, and the way she talks is sort of rough, but she's a very kind person, and, now that I think about it, you two are pretty alike. Well, if you say so. Wait, are you saying I talk like a brute? I didn't say that. I said sort of rough. And I'm supposed to be the mean one. It's not bad, though. I like that about you two. Uh-huh. Ever heard the words backhanded compliment? No, really, I'm a little jealous. I wish I could talk like that sometimes. I might be misremembering because there's no, like, character menu where I can double check, I don't think. But, like, aren't Tosia's eyes either Ira's eyes or Ira's eyes in reverse? I can't remember what Ira's eyes look like. Don't take that as sadder. It's sadder. That sounds sadder than it is. I can't remember what her eyes look like, but they look like similar. Hey, how's it going, Junk Dog? Hang on, I gotta give a shout out. Shout out, Junk. There we go. Oh, you're playing Fallout 3. Everyone go follow. Fantastic artist. Yeah, we're coming up at the tail end here, and I'm sad, and I'm... Alright. They both have green eyes. Tosia's are more lime. Okay, alright. I'm so glad I caught you playing this. I love this game so much. I can see why. It's hitting, man. Alright. You know... Nah, never mind. Hey, you can't do that. Spit it out. I said it's nothing. Forget about it. Come on. Tosia, please. For old time's sake. Don't make those eyes at me. Seriously. It's gonna sound bad. It's okay. You often say bad-sounding things. Fair enough. Alright, well... it's stupid. She scratches her head and looks away. Yeah, Tosia is just as she's supposed to be. You're kind of a wuss. Last message from my BFF at the end of the world. Can't argue with that. So when I was away, I kept thinking, man, she's probably having a real tough time over there. Those bastards better not touch her or else. And then nothing followed. No else. Because there was nothing I could do. I was so freaking mad, but seeing you now, I'm calmer. You smile a lot more than before. Really? She nods. Those friends of yours are as great as you say they are. I guess I don't need to worry anymore. Tosia. Don't say anything! I knew it'd come out lame. It's not lame at all. I mean, your worries, I really was sad when you left. I don't remember it very well, but there's this pain in my chest whenever I think back to that time. I think that for a long while it was very hard for me. But then, little by little, I learned to be better, because I realized something very important. That pain I felt when you left wouldn't go away by itself. It was my job to mend it. So that emptiness I felt, I decided to fill it with wonderful things.
Wonderful things?
Anything nice would do. A tasty meal, a warm blanket, a lovely book. But I was pretty bad at it when I just started.
How so?
I guess I was picky, really. I kept thinking, is this thing good enough to qualify? There's nothing special about it. It's not beautiful enough. It's not sweet enough. There's nothing wonderful about it at all. Nonsense like that. But if I kept thinking that way, that hole inside me would never get filled. Then I would never have enough.
So you lowered your standards.
I wouldn't put it that way. I think I became more aware of myself. I thought about my place in the world, and I thought about what really counts as wonderful. And when you think wonderful, what does that word mean to you?
Huh? Wonderful is wonderful. Something great or like extraordinarily good.
Right. See, extraordinarily.
And?
Something to be considered extraordinary, there needs to be an ordinary thing to serve as the base of comparison, right?
Yeah, I guess.
That empty space, the one that I wanted to fill so badly, it was still part of me. So I came to realize, well, me, my mind and body, those are my baselines. I am the world's measuring standard. And when I worded that thought to myself, it was like my eyes finally opened. Everything suddenly became so clear. Everything in the world, it all became worthwhile. It all became extraordinary. It became wonderful. I used to live under the impression that I had the right to judge everything by some universal quantifier. It's true, there is a median value to everything, that perfect straight line that the whole world balances around. But what I failed to realize was that this median value, this idea of average, it was so far above me, so unreachably high that the idea of me labeling anything as unremarkable became laughingly brazen. I still had some trouble, but feeling that emptiness became easier. So much easier. I didn't have to pick and choose anymore, so please don't worry about me anymore. To me, each day is brimming with wonderful things.
Excuse me. So have you filled it? That hole in your chest.
I don't need to do that anymore. Because you're back. I have you here now. And I have my friends, too.
So I'm not in the friend category anymore?
No, that's not what I meant.
I'm teasing, dummy.
You still take everything new to heart, huh? You just don't let up.
Hey, you gotta make up for all the lost time.
Anyways, Azia, listen, the stuff you said. Tosia sighs. She looks like she's about to say something I'd rather not hear. Sorry, but I don't need this right now. Look! The complex!
I run towards the entrance.
Wait, for a second, I hesitate. What am I gonna say once I enter? They'll stare at me expectantly and I'll probably blurt out something weird. I'll make a total fool of myself. Then No, enough. That kind of thinking, that's just a force of habit. I know none of this will happen, because... Easy there, jeez. Tosia looks over the door in the building's title plate.
So, you're just gonna waltz into the place?
Well, I'll give it a shot.
The windows are all dark.
Oh! It's open. It takes my eyes a couple seconds to get used to the darkness. The hall, I haven't been here in so long. It doesn't exactly feel familiar.
You think there's a light switch somewhere here?
Yeah, let's look.
Found it.
Ah!
The room suddenly fills with light.
Ow. Tosia, please give a warning next time.
Oh, sorry.
I blinked to adjust my vision. Right. I don't recognize this place at all. I say it's been a long while, but it's only been 3 years.
3 years? It's been 3 years since she's been here. It's been 3 years since Tosia left. What happened? What happened? Why were you here? Why were you here?
Everything from that time is still so hazy.
Well, where to?
The top floor. So up the staircase.
All right. How about grabbing a flashlight then? I don't want to search for switches every time you climb a floor.
Sure, but where would you get it from?
The janitor should have one.
I suppose. The empty janitor booth by the entrance is open as well. Tosia marches in and begins shamelessly rummaging through the drawers. I skim the key rack. I'll probably need one to get to the roof, but for some reason I have the certainty that it won't be necessary. All the doors in this building are unlocked. I know this for a fact, but if you ask me why, I wouldn't have a satisfying answer. Not here. Not here. Oh! Holy crap, check this out! She pulls out an outdated calendar. Every month has a bikini model to go along with it. That's great. It's foreign, too! Is that a Lithuanian? I'm not sure. It looks like Mr. Janitor knew how to keep himself busy. Tosia, we don't have that much time. Yeah, I hear ya. Tosia is kind of like a fusion of everyone she knows, huh? If you think about it. Personality-wise, she feels like a fusion between, like, Vadim and Marina and Ira. Just a little bit. Especially with that little, oh, look at the scantily clad models, right? Soon enough, she fishes out a flashlight from a box under the desk. Now we're as prepared as we'll ever be. Our footsteps echo through the empty building. The first floor is still bright, but crossing into the second feels like diving into a pitch-black pool. After a bit of fiddling, Tosia shines a flashlight into the void ahead. The beam illuminates a statue by the wall. It's thin and wiry, but the shadow cast has a rather intimidating shape. Are you scared? Me? No. I just don't like this place. I think it's interesting. There's nothing interesting about it. Just a big old garbage bin. That's harsh. That's too soft. Honestly, I know you're kind of like that, but shouldn't you of all people be a tad more critical? Huh? Why? They're the reason we got split up in the first place. Doesn't that make you mad at all? I suppose, but I just don't remember it all too well. I see. I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. I'm just a bit surprised considering, well, whatever. Maybe it's for the best. Sorry. Apologize again and I'll kick you. We're going up and up and up. The sky outside the windows is starting to brighten, but it's still too dark to walk without a flashlight. I think I'd be really creeped out if Tosia weren't here with me. Then again, maybe not. There's nobody left to harm me, after all. If I've made it this far, it means the universe has willed it. And if the universe has willed it, then I'm following a predetermined path. There's no point in fearing a fate that's predetermined. I shouldn't be scared. I shouldn't be worried at all. But I watch the halos slide along the stairs and walls and railings, and I keep thinking of that scene from a cartoon. A really popular cartoon I can't recall the name of. The episode where they're stuck in a dark cargo hold and the bunny makes scary shadow puppets appear in the flashlight. It got me so spooked as a kid. Of course, I'm not afraid of things like that anymore. It's just a vague memory that keeps rattling around in my head like a coin in the washer. A little irritating, but it's not worth dwelling on. Which reminds me. Oh my god. I know it's probably unpleasant for you, but... Yeah? Do you remember why you had to leave? That. You don't have to if it makes you feel bad. Pissed is what it makes me. I don't remember what they called it exactly. Some scientific mumbo-jumbo. Osmotic distortion this, osmotic distortion that. I guess the fact that I exist didn't sit well with them. As in osmosis? As in osmosis? What? That's terrible. Man, it just really got on my nerves. You were all up in arms about it, too. I can imagine. Sorry. Seems like I couldn't do anything in the end. You did everything you could. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised they let you go after all that. What do you mean? Your ability. Huh? You know. Yes! Yes! We called it, baby! If there's one thing we get right, I'm glad it's this. We read the foreshadowing. We're geniuses, chat. We're geniuses. We saw this shit coming. You and me, baby. Willing things into existence. Hey, don't quote me on that, okay? I'm oversimplifying, and it was all pretty complicated, you know? Not like all your wishes came true or whatever, but essentially, they said you had the potential to cause big distortions. Big distortions? That's... I hold my head. Right, that does sound about right. Something like that. I've heard something like that before. 3 years ago? No, not just then. Long after, I've heard very similar words. I've known someone who said, someone who wanted to create a distortion but failed. Because... And they said you were one of them? Distortions? Pretty much. I think I tipped off some sort of radar. Say... That rings a bell. A bell I can just barely hear. An office. Wires. Someone talking to me in a friendly voice. It's all so dark. It's impenetrable. I feel as if I'm trying to illuminate a ballroom with a matchstick. Damn it. Do you remember anything after you left? Yeah. Aside from the stuff you already told me. Well, I furrow my brows. After she left... It happened right after she left. All I can remember is the feeling of deep despair. Jeez, it's fine. You look like you're gonna pop a vein. I'm sorry, it's just really hard. I feel like I'm just about to grasp it, but it slips away. It slips into this awful feeling, like I've lost all hope. Oh, well, who cares if you don't remember the details? I'm here now, yeah? Yeah, I'm really happy about that. And I got that the first time. Oh, look! That mural. I remember it. Ha! So that head of yours ain't completely empty. But it's not like I forgot stuff on purpose. Can never be too sure with you. Now you're just being mean. Sorry. I approach the wall, my fingers trace the ridges of the mosaic. It's so cold. I feel like I'm repeating movements. My eyes are drawn to the large window panes just to the right. It's already... A light pink glow emanates from the far-off mountain ridge, so we don't need a flashlight anymore. Tosia plops into the armchair, switching it off. I think I know why they let me go. Yeah? Why? Because I wasn't special. I can't tell you exactly how I know, but I think everyone is able to do it. To create these irregularities. That's so. It's just a feeling I have. My memory is spotty after all. But I figure it works like this. Distortions grow with belief. So the more people are involved, the easier they are to stabilize. Maybe some people just don't need as much outsider help to make them stick. Some even cause them unintentionally. Like you? Probably, yeah. If my ability is what you say it is, but it exists in every living being. Most just don't realize it for some reason. Well then, it better stay that way. You think so? Yep. Or else you get this. She gestures around the hall. The complex, the people, the whole freaking city. Everything just gets twisted. There are things in the world not meant for humans. Most have that mental barrier for a reason. But what about you? You probably wouldn't exist if it weren't for this. What are you talking about? Of course I would. You just call me by another name. Huh? I mean, I'd still be Tosia. You simply wouldn't label me as a distortion. I'd never call you something like that. Well, that's just a scientific term. Deny it all you want, that's how the world defines me. I don't care about that. You're a friend to me. You always will be. Sure, that's nice, yeah. But that's not what I'm getting at. To be frank, I don't think there's anything wrong with the whole distortion label. I just hate being grouped with the stuff they're doing in here. Or the stuff they're doing here. Huh? The distortions produced by this place are nothing like me. They're too calculated, too institutional. But I was born from a wish made in earnest. If both of us had never known these rules, what the world deems as balanced or unbalanced, I'd still exist. You'd just call me a miracle. Dog! She's totally an alter. She like, in a traditional sense, she would have been an alter, but because of Asia's, like, self-realized powers, she, like, became a whole-ass person. Like a separate entity. Like, physically outside of her space. Ew, forgot I put it like that, okay? I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but did I ever tell you about it? About the world always rebalancing itself? I know this, but how do you... What they're doing here is a crime. Not just against the stability of the universe or whatever. I couldn't care less about that. It's an insult to everyone's hopes and prayers. Because whatever change they're trying to enact comes from a mandate, not the heart. This great distortion, irregularity, whatever you call it, it's not a sin in itself. The cynicism behind it is. Tosia sighs and reclines back into the armchair. I don't have anything to argue with. I see. I thought I've reached the very end. I didn't think I could fall any deeper in love, not at this point, and yet here I am. So it turns out that you're quite the romantic. So pure of heart, huh? Do you have a heart? Not in a traditional sense, of course, but... it doesn't matter. Whatever passes for a heart in you, I hope my message reaches it. The glow keeps getting brighter. I check the clock on the wall. Tosia, we have 30 minutes left. Let's go.
Yes, sir.
Finding the exit to the roof doesn't take long, just a separate staircase down the hallway. I press on the handle. No resistance. I guess I was correct. There's no need for keys anymore. Of course there isn't. Everything is becoming right. Everything is returning to its most natural state. All of the lock values have been reset to 0. What is the default state of a lock? It's being open. Bright. It's so bright outside. I blink a little. Phew, if this was summertime, I think I would get blinded. Little by little, my vision adjusts. I blink again, just staring straight ahead, and then I see it. There's the morning light. A pink haze sprawls over the vast horizon. It fades into the softest yellow hue, then into cyan, then into a sleepy purple shade. The darkness is now far behind, retreating back into the icy tundra. And the city rests below.
It's snowing in reverse, chat. See the background particles? They're literally about to get reversed. Unironically. Like full reverse 1999 style. They are getting reversed. And I think that's really fucking scary.
And the city...
Here, I'll turn it down just a smidge. I'll turn it down just a little bit. Just a tease a little bit. Because it's loud on my earphones. There we go.
And the city rests below. What was its name again? I suppose that isn't important anymore. The streetlights are already off. The roads are clean and quiet. The windows of the blocks turn pink. Everything's silent. Everything's at ease. And right above me, stretching up into the soft violet sky, is the radio tower. The snow! Huh? It's falling upwards. What? I take a look around. Whoa, you're right! I didn't even notice. The white flakes split off from the snowy mounds and calmly float up to the heavens. Oh, cute. Everyone's going home. I stretch my arms out. The snow coats the bottom of my mittens.
By the way, you still afraid of heights?
No, not really. They were never that scary.
Oh yeah? How about that time at the Ferris wheel?
I was 9! Well, look at you. I remembered that!
You sure did. Your memory's real selective, huh? And merciless.
No, a lot of things are suddenly much clearer.
Yeah?
Yes, they're not good things, but... I see. I used up all the matches Tosia gave me. The dark ballroom, the massive hall I couldn't hope to ever illuminate in full. The thin morning light began to creep in through the windows. The corners are still drenched in darkness, the shadows cast by the columns, rows of splat-back chairs, and drapery are still the same impenetrable black, but I can finally see around me. I see where I am. The lovely pattern on the marble floor, the beautiful exotic vases, the dozens of paintings lining the walls. There I go again. Ballroom? Lavish decor? Who am I kidding? The place that I struggled so hard to see was no more than a stuffy little room. The morning light shines through a concrete crack, not through an arched window. The beam falls not on marble, but onto... There isn't much to fall on. My own pathetic figure writhing on the floor crying for Tosia. The smell of gasoline in a pitch-black body shop. A shattered window leaving painful cuts. Apologizing to everyone's parents. My dad getting fed up with my hysterics. My mother's sad, embarrassed face. It's all just so... boring. Sorry. What for? You asked if I remembered anything from right after you went away.
So?
It's not even worth talking about. You already knew that, right?
Yeah.
You're still gonna do it? Of course. That doesn't change anything. Glad to hear that.
Well then, up we go?
I nod. Up we go.
They made her apologize. Yeah, I'm kind of a. I don't. In case I get contradicted, it's fine if I get contradicted soon. But I kind of like the fact that whatever happened, they're not telling you what it is. They leave it up to the imagination, so you can just imagine whatever made her feel that way, as light or as severe as you want it, right? I kind of like the fact that that it hasn't been defined. You just, like, because it doesn't need to be defined. The only thing that matters is the impact it had on her, right? And Tosia, by extension.
I hate to admit it, but looking up through the metal railings makes me a bit nervous. I grab onto the service ladder and give it a shake just to make sure. Seems very stable. Not even a rattle. That's good. I mean, of course, it should be safe. This place had to be well maintained, and relatively speaking, the climb isn't all that high. There are much taller radio towers out there. Even if I had to climb one of those, it wouldn't be a problem. I'm really not afraid of heights. I wasn't lying. I wouldn't be scared.
You alright?
Yes, all good. What am I doing? At this point, I have no right to hesitate. I step onto the ladder and begin the climb. Tosia follows suit. My boots aren't exactly made for this. Gotta be careful not to slip. I didn't think of it at first, but now that I'm a dozen meters above the floor of the roof, the cold in my hands is becoming harder to ignore. Even with mittens on, it's freezing to the touch. Must be the thin layer of ice wetting the wool. Oh well, letting go isn't an option, and neither is climbing down.
You holding up okay?
Yes, I'm fine.
You sure? You seem to be getting tired.
I'm okay.
Listen, we both know you're a wimp, alright?
No use in playing tough.
So it's chill if you just...
I said I'm fine.
So you've changed after all, haven't you?
What do you mean?
I'm not sure. It just feels like it.
Keep looking up. Up, only up. We're halfway there already. I can see the platform getting bigger. Looking to the side is a distraction. Looking down is punishable by firing squad. If I look down, I will be executed. No, worse, they'll send me very far away. No. I don't want to go far away. I don't want to look down. I don't want to meet eyes with her. Yes?
Do you have, like, a script prepared for your message?
My message?
Yeah.
No, there's no script.
So you're just gonna scream whatever bobs into your head?
Something like that. My message. Perhaps I should have brought a note. Not because it was ever meant to be verbose or anything. No, I wanted to make it short and to the point, right from the start. At least it sounds like something I would want, knowing myself. Knowing me. The longer I go and the higher I climb, the more confused I feel. That's pretty stupid. I know sometimes I'd walk into the room looking for something but forget what I came for right away. It's just like that. Something that was so obvious to me 2 steps ago is now a mystery. So I rewind and try to carefully retrace my path. But I'm already 2 steps above, and while my mind was busy trying to recover missing fragments, more slipped out. I can't afford to get distracted, so I'll get back to my point. The point I was making. Right. I don't need a script. It'd be nice to have a note in retrospect, what with me being all dumb and woozy, but even now I'm not too worried about messing up the words. They don't matter that much. They're only vessels. Those are important for any message, of course, but when the emotion that overwhelms me is so strong, I'm sure that it can reach its destination no matter the form. It's strange. It seems like so much is slipping away. Slipping. But this one feeling hasn't diminished a bit. It's like every cell of my body is a buzz, and in my head, the blank spaces that won't stop forming don't remain empty for long, because the feeling, this warm, wonderful emotion comes pouring in and fills them up to the brim. It's really, really lovely. I cover my face. It's so windy up here. I hope my scarf doesn't get caught on anything. I crawl up to the platform and immediately slouch against the tall antenna. The ache that's been numbing my arms and legs for a good portion of the climb has suddenly become very apparent. Ow. Hey, past me. Would it really be so hard to exercise once in a while? Girl? Ah! Finally! Oh, the girl crawls up. Oh my god, she's forgotten her fucking name. Girl crawls up behind me. At least she's higher in energy. Man, is it breezy up here or what? Oh, her eyes are glued to the view in the front. What's that expression? I can't blame her, though. It's breathtaking. Whoa! Are you seeing this? Yeah. This is bonkers. Bonkers! You're not reacting at all! Come on, everything's so tiny! I can see so far! It's really beautiful. I'm just a little tired. Whew. Give me a minute.
Yeah, you guys are right. Her portrait's also gone. Her portrait's gone, dude. Give me 1 second. Okay. Perfect.
Oh, give me a minute. Woohoo! Her voice is drowned out by the howling wind. She laughs. The rising snow is viciously pelting her face, but she doesn't seem to care. She's running back and forth around the platform, giggling and screaming profanities as loud as she can. She's so happy. That makes me happy too. I stand up and swipe the snow off the back of my coat. The clumps detach and float into the sky. The sky, it feels so close. I reach my hand up and, yeah, no, I'm not tall enough. Of course, there's the antenna right beside me. That's the peak propping up the sky. So around 5 more meters until I'd be able to make contact. I don't think I can climb it, though. There's nothing to grab onto. And frankly, I'm too tired to try. Hey, I call out to the girl. What's up? Come here. It's about time. Oh! She skitters closer, still wearing a huge grin on her face. I fix the scarf around her neck. It's cold. Cover up a little. You still worry about that? Don't pout. I don't want you to catch anything, that's all. She lets out a sigh of resignation. Are you my mom or something? I could be. You never know. No way. Why not? You look too young. Maybe I'm blessed with youthful looks. Uh-huh. Where's my dad then? Dead. I poisoned him. Scary! Oh, it's rising. Oh! Light. White, blinding light emerges from the endless mountain ridge. The jagged line of the horizon catches fire. It's burning high and wide in red, orange, and pink in the most painful shades the human eyes can see. The flames are caught by the howling wind and start to spread across the melting fields of snow. Closer and closer, closer and closer, until I turn my head. The figure of the girl beside me is bathed in the violent morning rays. I like the use of violent instead of violet here. Her hair is the same color as the blazing hills. Her face is so familiar and warm it makes my chest hurt. Your name. What's your name? She turns. I feel as if my body, my entire world has reached a boiling point. Your name. Who are you? Oh, Sorry, I'm not sure. And you are? I see. That's okay. Okay? Mm-hmm. It's alright if you don't remember. It's probably not important. You really think so? Yes, because I feel like I've known you for a very long time. Me too. That's wonderful. Then there's nothing to worry about, right? I guess so. It's just that, What's wrong? I feel like I had something very important to do. A message. I think I was supposed to send a message. A message? Like a transmission? Probably, yeah. Since we're on top of a radio tower. Yeah. That makes sense. What's the transmission? I don't know, but I can sense it. There's this feeling I need to get through no matter what. Something I'm definitely noticing here. You guys probably caught onto it too. Her expression only changes when girl is talking. So I think this might be like signifying them like merging back together, maybe. I don't think they swap, or like they might have swapped, but I think them being kind of interchangeable is what's being implied here, because everything is like resolving itself, right? So like at least the way that I'm reading it is that they're converging. That's how I'm seeing it. Oh, okay, that's good. And who are you sending the message to? It's for... I look around. The endless tundra wraps around the globe. The western front looks cold and dark, but soon the fire will spread over the surface of the earth and fill the sky. The little town below is already engulfed. The metal tower is red from the heat, like a blade ready to be laid against an anvil. Little by little, everything burns up. In a few moments, the entire planet will combust. The sun keeps rising. The day's breaking on the searing peaks. The girl I know is smiling at me. This girl I know, this girl. How many times have I seen her face? How many times has she seen mine? I can't say. I really can't remember. But I know her better than any other person on planet Earth. And I think she knows me better than anyone, too. I know her eyes have seen me at my worst, and I can only hope they've seen me at my best. Is my best enough to outweigh my worst? I wish I knew. But she's still here with me. Even after witnessing my lowest, most embarrassing, most disgusting moment, she's still giving me such an earnest smile. The person closest to me, the person standing in the ring of fire, my best friend in the whole entire world. Is something wrong? No, not at all. I shake my head. Who is my message for? There's only one reasonable answer. I have something to tell you. What? That's right. I have a transmission for you. So get your receivers ready. Me? Yep. Alright, transmission starting. In 3, 2... okay, I'm listening. I'm on the line. 1. December 28th, 1986. The polar night all over districts of Vorkuta, including the towns of Orgashor, Komsomolsky, Mulda, Otkabursky, Promyshleny, Yeletsky, Severny, Zapoliarny, and the closed city of Vorkuta 5 has officially ended. A complete failure to establish contact with Vorkuta 5 via landline, radio, or telegraph was registered by municipal authorities in Vorkuta during the late morning hours. At 1100 Moscow Standard Time, a KGB investigative unit, accompanied by a military escort, confirmed arrival at the designated location. No personnel were present at any of the city's checkpoint gates. Over the subsequent hours, the deployed unit conducted a comprehensive survey of the area and was unable to identify any trace of human or animal presence. All residential and administrative buildings were found unsecured, with no evidence of forced entry, disorder, or signs indicative of panic or evacuation. Additional military detachments were deployed to secure the perimeter and conduct further inspection. A contingent of government officials and a technical commission was dispatched to retrieve confidential documentation and sensitive materials from the local research complex. All documents related to classified work on structural dynamics have since been transferred to the USSR State Archive. A continuous radio transmission originating from the town's communication tower was located and disabled. The intent of the transmission remains undetermined. While the broadcast could be interpreted as a malicious hijacking, the surrounding circumstances prohibit such a conclusion at this time. Public disclosure of the event has been withheld. Close relatives of the missing Vorkuta 5 residents have been issued monetary compensation in the amount of 200 rubles per case. Addendum. Unverified civilian reports indicate that the aforementioned transmission continues to be intermittently received across various locations of the Komi Republic, despite full shutdown of city infrastructure. The signal is most clearly detected between 10:30 and 1100 Moscow Standard Time. The transmission consists of a repeated phrase in Morse code, the content of which remains under review. Alright. Alright, hang on. No one say shit. No one say anything. I'm looking it up. I'm looking it up. I'm not looking at chat. Morse code translator. Hang on. Hang on, chat. Hang on, chat. Oh, it's dot dash space dot dash 1 2 3 space space dot dash space dot dash space dash dot space dot dash space dot dash dash. Oh wait, this one never fucking works. Hang on. Oh, I don't know what that means. Did I space it incorrectly? Hang on. Oh, wait, hang on, that's right, it's in Russian. It's in Russian, hang on. Translate? No, I don't think that's right. I think I fucked it up. Swedish? No, I think I might have fucked it up. Hang on. Food Selubu! Good job, fantastic, we did it. Incorrect encoding, probably? Oh, possibly. Is there different encoding? Oh, wait, is like Russian Morse code different? Is Russian Morse code different? Ukrainian Morse code? Hang on, give me a second. Okay, hold on. Russian Morse code translator. Here we go. Okay. Alright. And then if I put that in a translate. Oh my god. Motherfucker. I didn't realize Russian Morse. That's stupid. Of course Russian Morse code would be different. Are you fucking kidding me? Was there ever any question? I suppose not. No. I suppose there wasn't. Okay. E, then pause. Y. Come on, you're so freaking slow. Damn it, give me a sec. Oh, huh? Should've just done it myself. Would've been faster, I bet. You, what? You know it's true. What? Well, is this a joke, or? Because if you really, the message, idiot, that's what it says. Oh. Huh. You serious? Yes, look. Oh. Huh. Real funny. Ah, there it is. Man! Oh, here, sorry. I muted all that. Hang on, sorry. I muted sound alerts. Because I didn't want anything interrupting. Spotify. Okay, not Spotify. Stream Elements is unmuted. Gotta unmute these. There we go. Alright. That was really good. I enjoyed that. I know someone in chat already said, but the dev of this game is also a Vocaloid producer. But the dev of this game is a Vocaloid producer, and their current music project is a story inspired by a roadside picnic. Highly recommended. What's it called? Man. So if there's one thing that wasn't going where I thought it was / positive in that, because I remember either last stream or the stream before that, in that she hated herself a lot, right? And, like, some people in chat theorized that her learning to love herself was going to be, like, the main, lesson.
And I was like, I don't think it is. I think it's like I think it's adjacent to the main lesson, but I don't think it's the main lesson. And I think I actually still maintain that a little bit, because the ending scene, because like at least to me, it was very clearly obvious. It was very clear to me, at least, that Tozia is a part of Azia, right? And because of Azia's control or ability to, or maybe stronger ability to manifest things through the code, Tozia became like a separate person from herself. Like physically. Though that's also in question, because I don't actually know, I can't remember if anybody in the game acknowledged Tozia as somebody. Like, I don't know if anybody acknowledged or remembered Tozia throughout the run of this game. From what I remember, it was only Azia who ever talked about her, but I can't be entirely sure. And then in the end, because her memory was going, because, you know, the entire town was getting reversed, it was Azia and Tozia reconciling with each other. So Tozia was created for, like, during a time of great trauma to Azia. Like, Tozia manifested, for Azia after whatever happened in the car repair shop, right? And gave her the strength to ground herself and grab that wrench and fucking, like, crash through the window that she ended up having to apologize for, right? And that manifestation got the Research Institute 3 years ago to bring Azia in, because Tozia herself was a distortion. So when Azia was talking about losing Tozia that first time, I think it's one of the few times in the game where Azia explicitly outlines negative emotion. It's like, I felt horrible. I felt like I was missing something. I was missing a piece of myself, which she was, right? And in order to cope with that emptiness in her heart, she had to find beauty in everything. Because, like, if you think about it, I kind of think she had a point with regards to rendering something extraordinary. It reminds me of that thing where there was that Tumblr post once upon a time where it's like, do you have, like, special china, special dishes, or wine, or something that you're waiting for a special occasion to use it? But, like, what metric are you using specifically to define special? And in Azia's case, in order to cope with it, she decided to start seeing everything that wasn't herself as special. And I think in a roundabout way, that coping mechanism led to self-deprecation. Because a combination of finding everything that isn't you extraordinary, the combination between that, right, and also being able to have this inherent understanding that the world around you is deterministic. That you are on a path that is preset for you, and you have to find, and you also find that in and of itself beautiful. Made her, it was in reverse. Like, we thought that she felt that way because she had such a low opinion of herself, when in reality it was the other way around. She developed that mindset to cope with this pain of having a part of her taken from herself, which ended up with her thinking worse of herself and tolerating and giving reason to things that she shouldn't had to put up with, right? Which I think was a very interesting reversal of what we expected, seeing somebody who clearly is leaning on this perception of the universe and this perception of herself as a coping mechanism, where it's like, yes, but it's not the way around that you think it is. And I really liked that. That was a really nice subversion. And in the end, it wasn't confirmed in the game, and I'm not expecting it to be confirmed, because it's one of those games that's abstract in a way that leaves a lot of things up to interpretation, right? That even though mechanically, or like the scientific explanation in universe is that, you know, the Research Institute was researching things, etc., and this disease, or whatever they call this disorder. This disorder was going to spread throughout the entire city, regardless of what happened. Everyone was going to get it. I do personally think there's still some merit to my theory that Ira was someone she was projecting so much onto that once she was finally able to meet with Ira again and reconcile and get, like, because, okay, sorry, let me rewind a little bit. Azia created Tosia, however you want to interpret the word created Tosia as an extension of herself in order to get herself out of a really shitty situation. She projected onto this other entity in order to do that, and then she had that entity ripped away. Now, what happened with Ira? Like, part of the reason she projected, I feel like she projected so much onto Ira, even though she didn't know Ira as well, was because Ira was the person who saved her, kind of like Tosia saved her. And so it was kind of a repeat where she projected all of these emotions and expectations and hopes and prayers and dreams onto Ira. But the difference is with Ira, she got closure. In that apartment building, when she was able to read out the poem that she read to Ira, it was the closure that she never got with Tosia. And in pinning all of that love onto Ira and getting that closure, Ira no longer needed to be around, and her existence folded back into the universe. And that's also kind of a parallel to the ending on the rooftop, where it's very clear through the dialogue scenes that, like, we don't see Tosia after a certain point, and Ozzy's expression changes when it's Tosia who's supposed to be speaking. So, like, they're folding into each other. And the final lesson that Ozzy learns on that rooftop is that she finally gets it, and that if she is to love the universe as wonderful, that means she loves herself. And she always has, and didn't realize it until that moment. And because she got that closure, she was able to go. And that's my interpretation of it. And everything in it includes herself, yeah. I think during the discussion, was it Aether in the channel who summarized it really well, where I'm going to misquote it. I can't remember the exact quote that they said, but they said something along the lines of, like, she idolizes the universe and separates herself from that love was I think the wording used during that discussion. And I'm like, that was spot on. So by loving the world and everything in it, she finally realized at the very last moment that it also includes herself. And because she finally got the closure that she was missing with Tosia the first time, they were able to fold back into one another and rejoin the universe. But her love for the universe was so strong, even with everything physically gone, or rather, all human souls and bodies just gone. It's that love that stayed. I think that was really good. I really enjoyed that. What Ozzy said, I don't think she ever learned to love herself up until literally the ending messages based off what she said to Tosia in the facility. Yep. I thought whatever happened at the car show was directly after Tosia's disappearance. Was it? Did I have the timelines mixed up? I might have had the timelines mixed up. Because when did the incident happen? Did the incident happen 3 years ago, or was it recent? I think that's getting muddled in the details, though. But I do apologize if I did get that wrong. Like, regardless of whether or not that was Tosia, it was still an external... Because I thought, like, when that happened, that was the part where I'm like, okay, this is when the separation happened. this is when she externalized her need to be saved. Because it was like a separate voice inside of her head, right? That was the whole thing. But, and, man, the part that explicitly notes, on the research survived and were retrieved kind of feels like a matter of time since another facility starts exploring the topic and starts producing distortions. I agree with that, Robin, for sure. I think it's interesting that, it's interesting, but it's also in line with the mechanics of how this world works, that the research survived. And because of how bored Lev was, how bored he was with this routine, going through this questionnaire, and how monotone he was knowing this was going to happen, they probably outlined the results. So hopefully that knowledge is taken back and they realize it's not to be fucked with. Which, knowing humankind, that's not the lesson they're going to take from it. But I think it's interesting that the scientists at least were able to explicitly document in detail what happened, what was going to happen, and leave that behind. And I think that's also interesting because with the scene in the facility as they're walking up the steps and figuring things out and stuff, Tozia talks about how the facility's approach to the code of the world was very clinical. Like, if they were to manipulate things, it was very clinical, it was very prescriptive almost, and it didn't come from love. So I think it's interesting that after everything's over, from the research center, all that survived was very clinical, very official documentation, research notes, but what survived from Azia was love. I think that's pretty cool too. Merstrike about the Renstein. I don't have anything concrete. I've seen a couple of things pointed out that are extremely interesting. One, jammed broadcasts, A and B, are both from Ira's perspective. Two, the garbled conversation with the POV you can't quite hear lines up with Marina's banter with comatose Ira. Are you still smoking? Nobody will want to kiss you at this rate. True. Broken Mercy, I kind of got the impression by the end of this game Azia sort of forgot that she was supposed to hate herself, leaving nothing but the only thing she remembered being love. Yeah. There's a compelling interpretation that, despite the bait and switch of it showing up right after the scene at the auto shop, Jam Broadcast C could be interpreted as Ira being trapped inside herself, with Azia's reaching out creating the window that she can then smash through. That's interesting. I could see that for sure. Sometimes people realize something is too insane and awful to actually be made. Maybe. Like, if all the researchers knew this was coming, I can't imagine there was anything left in there but 6,000 thesis pages of do not create the torture nexus. Don't do it. Don't do it. By the time you find this, we're all gonna be gone. Don't do that shit. I think they decided that no thank you on this one if we were to consider that history continued. You see the hero of Tozy on the main screen off to the side. Oh, like up here? Oh man, I guess you're right. Yeah, whoever that is, that doesn't belong to Ira. And it's not her scarf either. Oh man, it could be the back of her scarf. Am I looking at the wrong place? Dan, I walk in, let me be clear that I'm the idiot Resident Evil villain, but I wonder if in codifying these powers in wonder instead of cynicism results in a stable system versus a depreciating algorithm that mads itself to death. Maybe, I think what was implied in that it was that it's inherent to the nature of this universe that anything that is created outside of its boundaries gets reversed. Sorry to continue using reversed. In a game I play, Reverse 1999, it's all about the fact that there are these localized things called storms, where the rain falls in reverse and kills everybody inside of it, right? And then that area is reversed to another era back in time. So when I say reversed, that's what I mean. Like, everyone's fucking gone because the snow fell in reverse and no life is there anymore. But I think the nature of the reversal is that if anybody, because like being hypersensitive to the code, like, fucks you in the head, right? And trying to manipulate the code, whether out of love or clinically, like, well, I mean, you know what? Tozia was torn from Azia by the Research Institute. So there could be the argument made that things created out of love, or realized out of love, and not out of scientific need, wouldn't be considered a distortion, right? Like Azia, for instance, read that children's book that she's seen 1,000 times, right? And she looked at it in a different way, and out of love created a new illustration at the end. Like, would that have been as unstable as if she was in the research institute and they told her to do that? I guess it really depends. It gives you a lot to think about, right? If it's out, that's the thing. If it's out of passion, it does work. Yeah. One of my higher level interpretations of the game is that we as people are the closed cities that cannot directly migrate to and from each other, and we are all on an inevitable timeline before we vanish. What we can do is gather up everything from within ourselves and broadcast messages of love strong enough they can be received by others, separated from ourselves by time and space. I think that's a beautiful message to get from it. I do like the idea that doing it out of love wouldn't get corrected, but it feels more tonally correct to me if the universe doesn't see the difference, especially as part of Ozzy's love for the universe was accepting that correcting distortions was simply what the universe must do. That's fair as well. That's another valid interpretation, I think, in that it's not necessarily things created out of love works. It's that if you are to see the code of the world and alter things based on it, it needs to be... the truth needs to be looked at with love, like Azia did. Right? Part of the reason Azia didn't get super unstable like everybody else was because she accepted the truth of that world and didn't find anything wrong with it. She thought the code of the world was beautiful. And even though this reversal was an inevitability, she accepted that in full. And her love persisted. So it doesn't, like, another take is that it doesn't matter whether it's created out of love or out of scientific research, as long as you can understand that once everything is over, you will return to the universe one way or another. Or, like, all distortions or changes will reset themselves, and nothing is permanent. So you're saying that without love, the truth cannot be seen? I can't believe it's just fucking Umineko again. This reminds me so much of Voyager with the Golden Record, message born of love, message born of love of the world sent out to the cosmos to love yourself and to love others. Yeah. Azia's Voyager. For real, for real. Well, that was really beautiful. I really liked that. I'm glad I got to experience that with you guys. Before we run out of time, though, it is ad break time. And on ad break time, we're going to go ahead and swap over. I'll make another announcement. We're going to go ahead and swap over to the beginner's guide. And we're going to go ahead and play through that. So I'll see you guys in 3 minutes while I go post some... change the category, get the stuff booted. And yeah, I'll see you in 3. What a great game. Alright. Let's stop here. And... oh my god, I haven't installed the beginner's guide yet. Oops. Alright. Thumbnails. With a full playthrough of the beginner's guide. Okay, post here. Let me post on Twitter. Let me make an announcement. Schedules. No, not schedules. YouTube thumbnails. Here we go. Oh, fuck. I have caps on. And got some of that. I gotta Gotta swap over here. Oh wait, fuck, I'm sorry. I've got music. Dun 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 dun. Okay, tweet there. Perfect. Going to reblog. Reblog, retweet. Perfect. Did I post this already? You fool. Don't answer that. Of course I am. Alright, switch account. Retweet this. Okay, there we go. Dun, 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 dun. Bada, 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 bada. I'm in! What a good fucking game. Look, I don't have a lot of, as I mentioned before, I don't have a lot of experience with, like, Dempa genre stuff. I'm glad that was, like, my first introduction to it. I did watch Serial Experiments Lane when I was, like, super young. Like, way too young to understand what was going on and probably just looked at it because it was, like, a little bit morbid, from what I remember. I don't remember shit about that anime, though. Beginner's Guide is great. I hope you enjoy. I'm excited. It's funny because I played welcome back everybody. I played Stanley Parable during one of the first times on this channel that Veg couldn't be here, and I'm like, yeah, I'll play the Stanley Parable. Did I say Stanley's Parable? I'm a tourist. But I remember we had like some tech issues because I was super new at everything, and like my computer wasn't handling it super well, so it was kind of choppy. Yeah, I should probably turn this off. Hang on, we got one fan work. Oh my god, is that a Project Moon reference? I don't get it. I feel like I will. In about 2 years, this is gonna be really funny. Lane is really good, profoundly sound. It's one of those shows where everyone's like, everyone is wrong about this show except for me, and I'm included in that. I think, yeah, it does seem like one of those series where you can have like a lot of different interpretations about things. Those are always like kind of a little bit hit or miss for me. I think part of the reason I like Z.A.T.O so much, was because there was like an internal explanation, if that makes sense. Like, it wasn't spelled out for you by any means, but there was also an internal structure as to why things worked. I don't do super well with media where it's like I should say heavily abstract media or artwork in general, where a lot of what you get out of it is your own interpretation, if that makes sense. Like, I think it's valid, and no one's wrong for enjoying it. Those don't really hit for me. I want to at least be able to see the author's intent in some kind of story, right? In some kind of story I can latch on to. Just give me something and I'll be happy. Like, what is the theme here? The more abstract something is, the less I'm able to connect with it, because I really like stories. And I like being able to follow something without needing footnotes. Does that make sense? The only time I encountered something really abstract that went completely over my head, but I still enjoyed myself, was probably, and I mentioned this over the weekend because I was playing Reverse 1999, the one Reverse 1999 chapter, Folie de Raison, or something like that. Something I saw people call like one of their favorite postmodernist pieces of fiction ever, and it's in the middle of a fucking gacha game, and that's because it had a lot of literary references where I'm like, I don't read, let alone read books from the Latin American magical realism movement. But even then, very kind Redditor broke it down in a big essay I read on stream, and I cried my eyes out once I understood. So, I liked Z.A.T.O. I really enjoyed that experience. I'm really glad I played that. Let me see. We do fucking, there we go. we go. Let me bump this up just a little baby bit. Little baby bit here. Actually, it's already cranked all the way up. How does that sound to you guys? I'm gonna bump it up here. I'm gonna bump it up. Hi, noted girl Evie. I think I might have wrote that Folie et de Raison essay you're talking about. Oh my god, is it you? I saw that you wiped it off of Reddit. I'm so glad I saved it locally. Like, I didn't re-upload it. I just saved it locally because that essay like meant so much to me. Is it really you? What was your Reddit handle? Was it like Annoying Pigeon or something? It was something like that, right? It was a really good breakdown. I definitely cried over it. I 100% did. I don't know, I deleted the account, then I definitely think it's you. Thank you for writing that. Thank you for writing it. It was an auto- yeah, it was an auto-generated one. Yeah, it absolutely. I think it is you. You're here? Hi. What are you doing here? I talk about your essay all the time, dude. Hi. Hello. Small internet. Small internet. Hello. Oh, this is your favorite game, Beginner's Guide? Well, I'm glad I can play it for you. I can give back a little bit to the wonderful experience you gave me by writing that breakdown. I feel like this happens every 2 weeks. Leave me alone. Oh yeah, I immediately pulled Recoletta after that. I wasn't planning on it, and I'm like, oh, I kind of get like a surface understanding of what she represents now, and I cried my eyes out. So yeah, let's get her, and she was kind to me. Can you repost it, or is it sacred? It is on my VOD. You know what? I'll pull it up if you want to watch me cry on stream. I don't want to repost it out of respect to the original author, obviously, who is in chat. Hi. But it is, if you go to my fucking if you are going to watch it, at the very least, I encourage you to watch the entirety of it before you skip there. But it's in my Reverse 1999 playlist. If you go to my channel, it's this one here. 2.6 part 1 and 2.6 part 2. It's about, what, 9 hours? 9.5 hours? At least watch the actual playthrough and watch the story before looking the essay up, because otherwise it's just not going to mean anything to you. Like, you're not going to give a shit. I would encourage you to at least watch the entire thing first. You don't need a lot of context of the game. I don't think it's very much... It's one of the more self-contained arcs in Reverse 1999, where, like, a lot of things happen in this arc specifically that doesn't have massive implications for the rest of the story. Like, this is one of a handful of arcs I feel like you could enjoy not knowing anything about the game. But yes. I was in your YouTube chat yesterday as well. Oh, was that you? I'm not good with YouTube usernames. Thank you so much for hanging out. Hi. It's an honor to have you here. But anyway, without further delay, little bit of a delay. I played through Stanley Parable a few years ago, about 3 years ago. I haven't replayed it since. I know this game is from the same creators of that game, the same creators/studio. Other than that, I know that there is some kind of stage on a big red curtain, because that's like one of the promo images for the game, and that's what I use for the thumbnail. Other than that, I don't know anything about this game. I know it's short, which is why I put it on the list for today, because I knew we were going to be spending the entire day with the ending of Z.A.T.O. So we might go a little bit over, depending on how much I yap, but I do think we can finish this today.
Hi, Josh.
Thank you, Mara, for 33 months. I appreciate it. But yeah, let's, I'm gonna go into options first. I think everything's okay. This is a new game, so let me know if I'm too loud or the game is too loud. If levels are off, please do let me know, but let's get started. Clean my room before my trip tomorrow, fully prepared. I need a second pencil sharpener over there. I'm trying to remember anything about this, and I think I'm getting all my nerves confused with the magic circle. I've heard about the magic circle, too. Alright. Hey, Fafnir! Alright, let's get started. Okay, audio is on. I'm familiar with these controls.
Hi there. Thank you very much for playing The Beginner's Guide.
Hi.
My name is Davey Reedon. I wrote The Stanley Parable, and while that game tells a pretty absurd story, today I'm going to tell you about a series of events that happened between 2008 and 2011.
Gifted a tier 1
2011.
We're
Thank you
going
for
to
the
look
gift
at the
sub, Beta
games
Bash.
made by a friend of mine named Coda. Now, these games mean a lot to me. I met Coda in early 2009 at a time when I was really struggling with some personal stuff, and his work pointed me in a very powerful direction. I found it to be a good reference point for the kinds of creative works that I wanted to make. So just to start you off, this is, I think, the first game he ever made. It's a level for Counter-Strike. You can walk around here, by the way. And mostly it's just Coda learning the basics of building a 3D environment.
Thank you, Doom
What
Break,
I
for 40
like
months.
is that even though he starts from the simple aesthetic of a desert town, he then scatters these colorful abstract blobs and impossible floating crates around the level. And of course, it destroys the illusion that this actually is a desert town, and instead this level becomes a kind of calling card from its creator. It's like a reminder that this video game was constructed by a real person. And it kind of makes you wonder, what was going through his head as he was building this? This is what I like about all of Coda's games. I mean, not that they're all fascinating as games, but that they are all going to give us access to their creator. I want us to see past the games themselves. I want to get to know who this human being really is. And that's exactly what we're going to do here. So, it's 2008, Coda starts making these games, and he never releases any of them. He doesn't put them onto the internet, he just makes them and then immediately abandons them, and they sit on his computer forever. And I think he really understood this image of himself as a recluse. At one point, he jokingly renamed his computer's recycling bin to Important Games Folder. So, you know, this was just how he worked. He tended to crank them out one after the other without even really pausing to try to understand what he had just made, until suddenly one day, he just stopped. In 2011, that was it. He made his last game, and then he hasn't made another one since.
Okay.
And that's why I've taken this opportunity to gather all of his work together, is because I find his games powerful and interesting, and I'd like this collection to reach him, to maybe encourage him to start creating again. And if the people like you who play this also happen to find his work interesting, then I'm sure it'll just send that much stronger of a message of encouragement to Coda. So thanks for joining me on this. If you have a particular interpretation that I haven't mentioned here, or if you just need to get in touch, you can email me at daveywreden@gmail.com.
Well, I'm not writing that down.
Okay,
so,
that's
oh my
about
god.
it for introduction. Let's take a look at Coda's first proper game. As each game is loading,
Shit.
I'll show you the date that it was
Should've
completed.
looked around more.
This first
Okay,
one
yes.
was made in November 2008.
Okay. November. Okay, I have to be faster then. Was that entire section in the Hex a reference to this? When we played the Hex, remember the Hex? Remember they were talking about the game being developed? Remember that entire segment? Is this was that a beginner's guide reference? Nobody tell me. I mean, I guess you could tell me. I don't remember what happened after that. Okay, first things first, I need to be faster with my exploration. There were some doors I didn't explore because I didn't think I'd be pulled out of it right away. So if I missed anything, I'm sorry. I don't know if that thing up there was a texture issue or not, but I'm gonna try to be faster with my exploration because I don't know when I'm getting yanked out. But yeah. Whoa, Jesus, fuck! I am, okay, please don't. Please stop. I am such a fucking weenie.
This game is called Escape from Whisper, and it's one of the more generic games you'll see from Coda.
No reticle? No reticle, dog? I'm pressing all my buttons, but I was told that I could only press one. Okay, E. Okay, I have no reload. Right click doesn't do anything. Shift doesn't make me run. Okay, I gotta go to the other side. Okay, alright, I'm going. Oh, Steam category. Sorry, can I? Okay, sorry, yeah, thank you for the reminder. I am in the wrong Steam category. I knew I was forgetting something. The beginner's guide. Just finished Z.A.T.O. I want to get more existential. There we go. That should be updated. Thank you for the reminder. That would have been very embarrassing. Okay. So you can turn on subtitles, options, close. Oh, full captions. Okay. Sound quality high, speaker configuration, video, overlay position, advanced options. VSync double buffer. I'm gonna turn that off. VSync has always like made me lag, and it's not worth it. Should I turn on? Shouldn't anti-aliasing be turned? That's okay. We'll leave it. Overlay position top left. Yeah, we're gonna. All right, cool. Continue. Again, do let me know if levels are off, okay? Okay, I've got. Oh, I can crouch. I can crouch. So there are controls that are not just mouse 1 and WASD. Interesting. Okay. E also shoots. Hello.
Hostile alien life forms inbound.
You think you were heading back instead of apply? Sorry. Well, no, I have full captions. Video, laptop, advanced options. No, I wasn't. I hit apply. That all changed.
It kinda looks like this game was abandoned mid-development. For instance, you have this gun, which you'd think would indicate that there are supposed to be monsters or enemies somewhere, but then clearly there are no enemies anywhere. You can't even reload the gun when you run out of bullets.
Oh my god, I'm out of bullets!
But ultimately we don't really know. Maybe Coda thought that actually it was complete the way that it is. And I think that we should talk about his games for what they are, rather than for what they're not.
Okay.
Enemy force neutralized. Begin ship evacuation.
I love how you can see the bottom of the universe from this room.
Ooh, I can see the seams too. Okay.
Apparently this space station has a labyrinth on it. Sure, I don't know. There's really no reason for it that I've ever been able to discern, so in the interest of time, I'm just gonna skip you on past it.
No, don't. No!
Or, if you'd really like to solve the labyrinth, you're welcome to do that too.
Let me solve the labyrinth! I want to be in the COD back rooms! I just want to see if there's anything funny! I mean, I doubt it, but... Watch me get lost in the COD back rooms. You and me, baby, ain't nothing. Okay, I'm solving the COD back rooms by making myself get lost in the COD back rooms. And then it's like actually solving it. I don't know where I am. Okay, well this is the wait, was this the hallway? This is the main hallway. Okay. I've never played Call of Duty. This is what I assume it's like, right? Okay, I'm actually lost now. And that's fine. I'm having a great time. Do not steal my will. This is where I came in. This might be where I came in. Okay, hang on. The whimsy is located in the COD back rooms? God, I hope so. So where do I find the skins that I can gamble on? Where do I find the skins that I can underage gamble on? Where are those? Gabe, where are they? Nope. Oh my god. Chat, we might spend the next hour in the COD back rooms. We might spend the next hour in the COD back rooms. Okay, have I gone here? I want to fuck the Minotaur. Where is he? Show him to me. Stop hiding him from me, you fucking cowards. I don't know if you can underage gamble anymore. Are you calling me a hag? How fucking dare you? Oh god, wait, I'm lost. Wait, chat, I'm lost. Wait. Can I get some thread? Can I get some thread or something? I think I fucked up. Oh, I fucked up. You have been going through the same 3 hallways? You can't prove that. Fuck you. You can't prove that. You can't. No, I'm back where I started again. Maybe you can prove it. Maybe you can prove it, actually. Okay, not this one. Okay, not this one. Okay, hang on, hang on. You were given a mercy? I don't want your fucking mercy. Do I look like a man who wants your mercy? If I die of starvations unfucked by the Minotaur in the COD backrooms, I will die on my own accord. It would be out of my free will. Maybe I'll get Minotaur cock in heaven. Who knows? Not me. Okay, so that didn't go anywhere. Where am I? I do only have myself to blame. That is true. Chat, I think I'm thoroughly fucked and not in the fun way. Wait. Yes! Never fucking doubt me again. Never fucking doubt me again.
This is the part that's interesting. The game has this narrative about the whisper machine and how it has to be turned off, and then you get to the engine room.
Skill issue, sorry. Turn off, go to the engine room. Oh, this is very Halo. Hello.
There, in the engine room. You could save us all. That
Minotaur?
beam is powering the whisper machine. We could disrupt it by introducing a great enough heat signature. If your body could stop the beam. It's so much to ask, but for all of our lives, would you do it? Could you give yourself?
Really? Can I go back in the maze? What if I didn't? Somebody needs to clean this window.
This is not a branching point, unfortunately. The only option is to step into the beam.
No. No. I don't wanna. I don't wanna. Can I talk to it? Can I roll for persuasion? Would it listen to reason? Fuck the beam. Can I? I don't think I can fuck the beam. The Season of Ghosts is next week. Look. Okay, yeah, I don't think... Okay, well, what's going on with it? Oh, it is very fucking... It's Gmod. Yeah,
what you just experienced, stepping into the beam and then dying, is probably what Coda had initially intended when he was developing this level.
Yeah.
But when he first compiles and plays it, something goes wrong. There's a bug somewhere. Yeah. And this is what happens instead.
The game knows not to let me go until I find the Minotaur. Either /pause or /neg. So I just respawn outside the room? Am I not supposed to touch it then? Can I bunny hop? Can I bunny hop out of here? I think I can... Uh-oh. Oh, I'm looking through the seams. Did he hide any goodies up here? I don't think he did. Oh, I can't phase through that one for some reason. That one's actually good. Oh, wait, no, I can. Okay, sure. My people need me.
The beam causes you to start floating.
I don't
this
have
is an important moment.
I don't have the flight music.
This is technically a glitch, but Coda identifies something human about it, like how small it makes you feel in the face of this larger chaotic system.
Honey, I do this every Sunday.
Or this floating could be the afterlife, a peaceful place, juxtaposed against all of the hysteria that you've just had to traverse.
It looks like a house.
I don't even know. I have no idea what he was
thinking. Is this House of Leaves?
What's clear is that after making this, something lodges itself in his brain. He wants to do more of these really weird and experimental designs. So he stops work on this and moves on to a stream of tiny little games that go in all sorts of directions.
Uh-huh.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the first game he made after leaving this one behind.
Okay. Oh no. Oh god. Oh, not the Windows 95 wallpaper. Can I move?
Yep. In this game, you can only walk backwards.
The brick rooms? Oh, can I fall through that? I cannot fall through that. Hang on, you know what? I'm gonna sit here. We're gonna do what we do every Sunday. Right? We're gonna do a little keyboard test. I think we're gonna do a little keyboard test with each one of these, just to make sure I'm not missing anything. Thank you, Sunday. I think S is the only button that works. I can crouch, interestingly enough. I can crouch. I can crouch, I can jump. I don't know how this works.
So it's a short and relatively minimalist experiment combining motion and narrative. It is less advanced than the previous game, but actually it seems to be more focused, more complete. Code is trying to give it a unique voice rather than simply basing it on a pre-existing trope.
Stopping and looking. Does it see something here? Oh, wait, oh, shit. Fuck. But if the future's always behind her... I don't think I need to actually... I don't need to... How will she find the strength to confront it?
It's a short little thought, it says what it wants to say, and then it ends. Didn't need anything more than that. Which to me is why it works, because it gets out quick. Okay, next one.
Oh god, we're in the forest of that one game that we played. Remember the one? Remember the one with like the antiquated graphics? And the forest? Okay. You can jump. Nothing else happens. Oh, okay. Hello? Oh.
And that's it. Okay, the meaning of this game won't be clear just yet. Please be patient with me for a few more games, and I promise you'll see what makes it interesting.
Stop railroading me!
Oftentimes, Coda would put bizarre titles like this one at the start of his games. I wish I'd known him at the time that he was making these early games. He would really only talk to me about his work as he was making it. Once he stopped work on a game, like, that was it. It was dead to him. And I don't agree with that at all, but what are you gonna do? I know it's tempting, but there's actually nothing over here. Sorry.
Who's that for? Is that good? Is that good? Look, we don't know if the House of the Damned would have been playing anyway, right? The House of the Damned might always be in there. Wonder who that bell's tolling for. Look, I'm not gonna trust you when they say there's nothing over there, okay? I'm not gonna trust you. As a matter of fact, you're probably gonna catch on to the fact I'm doing the exact opposite of everything you say. At some point. Because I think that's what happened to Stanley Parable. I'm a contrarian, I'm sorry. Can I fall off? Yeah? Yeah? Oh, it's getting slower. What the fuck?
Once you've been slowed to an absolute crawl, the door at the top of the stairs opens. So why, if Coda's not showing these games to anyone, why bother opening the door at all? Well, to show you, I'm modifying the game here so that when you press enter, it'll bring you back up to full speed so you can enter the door for yourself.
No, I think I'll experience the way that he intended, actually. I feel like Stanley Parable has perhaps warped your approach, but I don't disapprove. I'll be completely honest with you, I would have played this game with or without, or I would have approached this game with or without the Stanley Parable. If you've seen the way I play games at all, I'm respecting the author's vision. I'm playing that. Remember my promise chat? Remember my whole thing about playing the game and meeting it, or experiencing media and meeting it at its own level? I'm not going to use a hack that you put into his game. There's a reason he wanted us to experience it like this. We're just on the world's worst escalator. Me when I'm at the airport and the belt is only at half speed, but also I have 70 pounds worth of luggage and I'm really lazy. Stanley Parable is by far not the only game where a point is to do the opposite of what the narrator tells you. Yeah, I'm not going to be contrarian just for the sake of it, I promise. But if there is a way to, like, look around, if there's a way to do things differently, there better be an achievement for this, bro. The flight isn't for another 4 hours. Let it ride! I had a Salvia AAA this once. Dude, I take Salvia once, and I'm the 342nd stair in a beginner's guide. Or the beginner's guide. I'm not moving slow, I'm just taking really tiny steps. It's activating my core. That's how you get the most out of your staircase climbs, guys. Yeah, Mr. Crab's walking noises, except it's slowed down 500%. We're almost there, don't worry. It wasn't that long, see? It's like, what, a minute? We're resetting your dopamine intake. That's what we're doing here.
When do we get to the rides?
Hey, Ignis, thank you for the 43 months. We're resetting, this is, I could make a game like this being like dopamine reset game. You have to be patient. You're actually being carried up the stairs by a single ant. Thank you, ant. Where's my uncle, though? Boom, 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 boom. We're almost there. Is it the stairs that are slow, or is it just me? Oh, it's just me. Hang on. We're almost there, Chad. Chad, we're almost there. Hang on. Hang on. Yeah, this is farting in space. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. We're still clipping on the edge of the door here. Wait, am I still slow? I don't know if I want to do this entire level completely slow, though. Chat is a bit old. Should I just hit enter? I thought it would stop once I got up here. Authorial vision? Up to you. Whoa, Jesus! A series of lavish manuals come with the game giving you incorrect instructions on how to play. You are the queen dusting your jewelry.
A room that's warm and nice.
I'm still slow.
With little ideas for games.
A key in one game unlocks a door in a completely separate game. You walk around talking people down from pursuing their hopes and dreams.
Coda would often tell me that he didn't mind if people thought of him as cold or distant. He said that he knew that he was actually a vibrant and compassionate person, but that it takes time to really see that.
Stand on next stair,
It can be a
gonna be
very
here for 3
slow
hours.
climb to get there.
The captain's always wrong. A stranger appears. You must address and rally. Address? Typo spotted. You start in a small room until you realize you can walk through the walls. I can't believe he invented the back rooms. Oh. Okay, fine. Oh, we got normal speed again. Jump. Crouch. Interact? No. Very Black Mesa. Should I go through this one backwards too? No, I don't think that. No, we have to. No. Oh, look! He filled the gaps with light, so that way you don't see through the map. He's learning.
Well, this is new for Coda. It's an actual puzzle. Go ahead and see if you can solve it.
Do we have an interact button? What happens if I close it again? Uh-oh, am I stuck? Oh, chat. Uh-oh, chat. Uh-oh, chat. Chat. Oh.
Don't forget
wait, that was a solution.
because we're going to see this puzzle again soon. We're gonna
Oh, that
see
was
it
a
a
solution.
lot.
Okay, hang on. I was just trying to glitch myself into the room, but I was supposed to do that. Whatever, I don't have an original thought in the world. Fuck you too, Coda. Whatever. It's not like I care or anything. Okay, so I can't close this.
So that seems to be it, right? You walk down a corridor, you solve the puzzle, you get to the end. Simple enough. Alright, now I'm going to modify the game again so that when you press enter, it'll remove all of the walls from this room.
Do I have to? You're breaking Coda's authorial intent, bro. Do you think there's a way to make the walls disappear that doesn't involve pressing enter? I guess there is, yeah. I didn't press enter. Stop fucking with Coda's game,
How
dude.
about that? There was more to it than we had any way of knowing. I actually find it funny that this game comes after the Stairs game, since they essentially convey the opposite idea.
Oh, he did
So,
that automatically.
in the
Okay, never
Stairs
mind.
game,
Whatever.
A dull exterior concealed a rich interior. And then, in this level, a dull interior hides this fantastic outer world. Either way, I think that the point is the same, is that most of the time you don't get to know what you're missing, or even that you're missing anything. That's not your role as a player. So if your role here is not to understand, then what is it?
Coda made the back rooms, dude. Oh, we're back here again. Okay. That's the edge. Did it say exiting last time?
So, this, combined with the entering game from earlier, tells
Oh,
us
it
that
says
Coda
exit
believes
entering,
his
right.
games are connected somehow.
Okay.
It could even be that the Stairs game and the puzzle game are literally connected in between this and the entering game.
There was one of those notes
There's
that
a bigger
indicated that.
picture that all of his games are meant to play a role in. There's some larger meaning that we won't be able to grasp until we've seen all of them. And once we have, we can step back and start to understand what exactly that bigger picture is.
There was that one note that said the key in one game opens up a door in another game. So like, oh, there's nothing in the distance, so I'm not gonna go disappear into the ether, else it's gonna be a really long time to get back.
Let's talk about video game development for a second.
If we must.
Every video game runs on what's called an engine, which determines what the game can and cannot do. So in other words, the engine is a set of tools for game development.
Okay, yeah.
To make all of these games, Coda is using an engine called Source. Like
Oh,
all
it is
engines,
Source. Okay, cool.
Source has certain things that it does well, and it has certain things that it does poorly. One of the things that it does very well is boxy linear corridors. That's why so many of Coda's games are set in these large, flat, empty rooms, is just because he's working with what the engine does well. The tools available to the creator shape what kinds of creative work they're going to end up making. You might consider
pooping.
paying attention to the architecture in Coda's games, to notice how they seem to stem from an engine that's very good at producing linear, boxy corridors.
I'm just gonna take a quick lap around the house real quick. Oh, wait. MyHouse.wad has traumatized. Okay, I can't open that. Alright, cool. It's interesting how there's like a handicap stall down here, but where are the other bathrooms? Is it just the handicap stall? Come on, hang on, I want to try, aha! Okay, fine, whatever. Fine, whatever. Don't let me have fun. Whatever. Eating myself into the abyss. Oh my god, Coda made Only Up. The music's really cool. I'm liking the music. Make a shape or anything? Not that I can quite make out. Nothing immediately obvious. Oh, you can't even come in here and go in there. Okay, interesting. I shouldn't be scared. I don't have a gun. So that means nothing's gonna come out and chase me, right? You can tell how unfamiliar I am with video games, but I didn't recognize this was Source right away. It's kinda like, oh, okay. Alright. Like pens? Minotaur? Oh, something. Oh, it feels like the. Oh, I don't. Heh. Nani? Okay, I can't go out. Can't go this way. Can't go this way.
This prison, funny enough, in Coda's original design, the doors stayed shut for a full hour before letting you go. If you don't mind, I think we're gonna skip that.
Yeah, that's fair.
This is something that he and I used to argue about a lot. You know, whether a game ought to actually be playable, whether it means anything if no one can get through it. And I would always defend that, you know, all this work goes into the game, why not make it playable and accessible? And so we just got into heated arguments over it, and there was one time that after one of these conversations, he went home, and a day or two later, he sent me a zip file entitled Playable Games that was full of hundreds of individual games, each of which was just an empty box that you walked around in and nothing else. Believe me, I played every single one of those just to find out if there was like a gag hidden somewhere.
Aww.
There wasn't.
That's funny. Look, if it was just me and I was playing this by myself, I would sit in there for an hour. 100%. I'd go AFK and I'd do something and I would sit in there for an hour. I'm not gonna do that to you guys though. I'm not entertaining enough to sit at a wall and talk at you for an hour with no other input. I'd get bored. I'd get bored and you'd get bored and it would be bad for everybody. Cooked, I'm not gonna lie, very true. So it does seem like their philosophies differ, and that, like, it feels like Coda made games for himself more than anybody else. Because, like, if we weren't supposed to see, like, those winding staircases, right? Like, because, narrator had to, did he give us his name? David? Davy? Begins with a D, right? If he had to, like, program in something to hack the walls away, that was not meant for the player's eyes. So it seems like what Coda prioritizes is what he gets out of making the game versus what the player actually gets to experience. Davey, thank you. Oh, there's that symbol again. Is this a Source thing? I saw it on the wall of the room, and it looked like I remember because it looks like a bowl, like where you put fingers in for a bowling ball. I don't think it's spaced properly for that, but
it's the puzzle again, with the exact same solution as the last time. There's still no clear indication of what makes this puzzle so special that Coda is going to return to it over and over. But I promise I'll share with you my interpretation very shortly.
I mean, repetition in itself can be thematic. And again, this is the only part that you were allowed to see. So I wouldn't be surprised if beyond this window, there was shit we were never meant to see. Because it's not about me. Coda using puzzles to hide loading screens. Oh, right! See, I'm not a game dev. That didn't even cross my mind. god, no one told me there was gonna be a test. Let me out! Let me out, 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 let me out. Okay. You there, did you come from
Here,
above?
Coda
What's up there?
begins using a kind of dialogue system that he fashioned out of the engine's chat capabilities. Use the 1, 2, 3 buttons on your keyboard to respond.
Were there floating colored blocks? Dude, I didn't even see that. I'm gonna say there was a world stamped with whiteness. Oh, yeah, I guess it's the same level. Yeah, the little in-between, the little limbo we had there. That's a world above. You've been there. Now, did you have to get through a puzzle with 2 doors and switches? Yes, I did. That was literally the last thing I did before coming here. No, I don't remember having to go through any puzzle. I prefer not to tell you. After all, we've only just met. Let's be honest. When I streamed this, I had my soundboard and my number keys. When I answered, these guys kept the fucking Seinfeld theme kept playing. Again, perfect. Now please tell us how you solved it. Tell us the solution. Tell us how to get to the other side. I don't remember how I solved it. I'm trying to remember, but I can't. I didn't solve it. Someone else let me in. Trust me, you don't want to go over there. Hey, Daniel, Senior Pac-Man. Thank you for the 10 months. Trust me, you don't want to go over there. I didn't solve it. Someone else let me in. You didn't solve it. So you have learned nothing. You cannot help us escape this prison. You are not the one I need. Surely there will be someone else. I mean, it didn't give us the option to be honest. It was like, I don't remember. Someone else did it, and then there was like a third option. I'm sorry, man. Hello, how did you get here? Was there a puzzle you had to pass through? No, I've been here the whole time. You want to know how to solve it? No, we actually find the black space between the doors to be far more interesting. Have you seen it yet? Why would I care about the space between the doors? Actually, now that you mention, I remember feeling strange as I passed through it. I don't recall the space between the doors. I'm gonna do 2. Let's go with 2. Don't think too hard about it. Okay, yay! You'll see it again soon. What does that say? What does that say? Okay. I'm digging the music.
And so we make one last descent down to the final floor of the level.
I'm just wondering, can I go back? Okay, I cannot. It's closed. Okay. Oh, please, no chasing, no chasing, no chasing, no chasing, no chasing, please, 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 please. Okay, I can't go through anything. Okay, we're good. Oh, this is liminal as fuck. This looks like that hotel at Heathrow Airport.
It's a lamppost.
Hello.
Okay, I can't tell you quite why, but
Hello?
for some reason, Coda fixates on this lamppost.
Hello.
It's going to appear at the end of every single one of his games from here on out.
Hello.
I'll tell you what I think. I think that up to this
Hello?
point, you know, he's been making really strange and abstract games with
Hello?
no clear purpose, and maybe you can only float around in that headspace for so long.
Hello.
Because now he wants something to hold on to. He wants a
Hello?
reference point. He wants the work to be leading to something.
Does he?
He
Hello.
wants a destination, which is what this lamppost is. It's a destination. We're going to see it in the work as well. His
Hello?
games are just going to become a lot more cohesive, a lot more fully developed, with more of a
Hello?
clear idea behind them. And as we go, that idea will get clearer and
Hello?
clearer and clearer.
Hello. Okay, fine, dick. This game is connected to the internet. As you walk around, you can leave notes. All the notes you see are left by other players. I've always loved that as a mechanic, I'm not gonna lie. I think it's very cute. Except in Enfield, when there are so many of the ones that are left saying, oh, jump off of this side for a cool bonus, and then you jump off and you die. That's mean. It's funny the first time. Then it stops being funny. Oh. Nice room. Not.
So first off, I'm sure you can deduce this, but this game is not connected to the internet. All of the notes that you're gonna see have been written by Coda. This was actually the first game of his that I ever played. This was shortly after I met him at a weekend game jam in Sacramento, where I grew up. I saw him working on this very level, and it was just so different from anything that anyone else was doing. So right away I was like, I have to be friends with this person. In retrospect, I think I was probably a bit too pushy trying to get his attention. I was over-enthusiastic. But he was very gracious about it and very patient with me. And I cooled off eventually. Oh, feel free to skip over any of these notes if they're not doing anything for you. Nothing extra is going to happen if you read all of them. Either way, to me they convey a sense of loneliness. I see this person who's filled with thoughts and feelings and beliefs and has no way to express them except as scattered and unheard voices in a game that wasn't meant to be played.
We're running out of space. Soon we will suffocate.
But it's ironic, isn't it? That in playing this game and seeing how alone Coda often felt, that we get to know him better and actually kind of connect with him. And I have to be honest with you, this idea is really seductive to me. That I could just play someone's game and see the voices in their head and get to know them better and have to do less of the messy in-person socializing. I could just get to know you through your work. I think this is why I always liked Coda's games so much, is because it felt like they let me have that connection. I felt as though he was inviting me personally into his world. And then I feel less lonely too.
Balls. Sorry. Loneliness, yes. Define fun. I'm the king of the world. Got all of them here? I think I got all of them here. What the shit is this cavern? Boring. I can assure you guarantee that there's an acorn somewhere here in this place and the sailors are looking for it. Hey guys, looking for someone to talk with. I refuse to believe. Butt ass butt. So true, bestie. I need to go to the frickin' bathroom. Recognize me, please. Ooh, hang on. I wonder what that one says. There's nothing here, go back. Don't listen to that guy. A free t-shirt. Need other side. Door, why you so? Door, how open? Open sesame. Makes game includes door, cannot open door, thanks. That's not a door, that's a slab of concrete. Someday I'll meet the person who made this. I help people because of the internal good feeling I get. New room. Ooh, big painting. Do you hear the chimes? They keep you going, don't they? I would like very much to be desired. Welcome, congratulations. I don't really know where to go with this. You can go in here, I think. Don't bother. Game where you leave notes and suddenly everyone's a poet. It's not very crowded here. Scared of writing something, don't want to feel judged. Sorry, get off. I am compelled. Compels me, though. I failed to write anything here. Thought turned back, proceeding further will only result in misery. Take my hand, let's jump together. Can I? Okay, fine, whatever. What is that painting? Cabbage shapes our nation. It's a beautiful painting. Does not matter if you get over there. Very good game. Not safe. Whoop. Sorry, that sounded like whispering. How did you do that? Today I learned you cannot fall off. Ethical. We're gonna look at these, I'm sorry. It's about how this game is pretentious and you all suck. We will all die someday. Who are all of you? Ever made this as issues? Art. I mean, it could be representative of, like, all the messages, because all the messages are roughly the same shape, right? I think it's about how things look messy from up close and from far away. If this is a magic eye puzzle, I've always been bad at those. Another cabbage shapes our nation. From up here, it looks like... Yeah, this might be a magic eye thing. I'm really bad at those, and I didn't see anything. Like, I didn't notice anything from far away, but... Maybe I'll feel real someday. He was himself the most horrible creature he could imagine. Is it not a... I think it's pretty. Terrible secret.
At the end of this level, we're going to see the puzzle again. And here, I'll tell you what I think the puzzle means. Each of these games represents an idea that was on Coda's mind at the time that he was making it. And the puzzle is a way of closing the door on a previous chapter of his life before moving on to the next one.
The whispering. Oh, there's another... I wonder what that means. He is watching. He is always watching.
In each of his games, after exploring a theme that, he might find difficult, Coda can then place this puzzle that he knows has a reliable solution, he understands exactly how it works, and so it gives him a simple mechanism for moving on.
You're projecting a lot, dude.
And because there's this dark area between the doors, a space between spaces, before you move on, you get to pause. Just for a moment, a few seconds to reflect on and let go of the events that led you here. To step back and connect the pieces together. To grasp at that elusive bigger picture.
Davey, did you put a second switch here? Davey, did you put a second switch here? Oh, this shit's freaking me out a little bit. Monkeys on typewriters moment. I can't speak. I can't speak. I can't. I'm pressing buttons. Oh. Yeah, it's you guys. So cool how I was able to put Twitch chat in here. Porn stars die too.
Okay, this one is tough. It's gonna kind of just spin its own wheels for...
I'm gonna pause here. We are at ad break time. I'm gonna go ahead and run them and I'll see you guys in 3. Ads. Okay. I am intrigued. I'm definitely intrigued. I can't help but wonder. I can't help but wonder if I would have gotten something if I stayed in that thing for an hour. But surely they don't expect you to stay there for an hour your first playthrough. Surely. They probably do. I want to stay up and watch, but I forgot how long the game is. When I saw How Long to Beat, on How Long to Beat, it puts it at an hour and a half. So I was thinking maybe 2.5 hours with like... I have bits and stuff, but I'm trying to like, if every level is like this, it really depends on how much there is to see in the future levels, because I will go out and look at it. One last thing about Z.A.T.O, apparently not only is an acronym for closed city, yep, but the way it's pronounced is also a homophone for a word that basically means on the bright side or silver lining. Interesting. So far, it does... So far, like, first of all, super interesting way of storytelling. Super interesting. I really like it. Second of all, it very much seems like Davey is projecting his own expectations onto Coda's work. Right? That has been a running theme. Like, first you're introduced to like the concept of them disagreeing with the philosophy of game design. With Davey being like kind of petty enough to like make a bunch of games that are playable by Davey's standards, or Coda making a bunch of games playable by Davey's standards that are all boring as shit. Right? And it seems like every explanation that we've seen so far has been specifically through Davey's interpretation, Davey's lens, right? Davey's like, well, here's what I think, and when you get to the end, I'll tell you what I think, and here, let me hack this mechanic into one of Coda's games so that you can see what I do. And I think it's interesting that by the very nature of how Davey is interacting with our experience, it is breaking Coda's intent, just like from the start. And I think that's very interesting. I feel like that's going to be thematic. Like, he says that he compiled, like, a bunch of these games to, like, preserve them, I think? Or, like, to put them together and, like, show people what Coda had. I'm not sure if he mentioned, no spoilers, I can't remember if he mentioned exactly what happened to Coda. I didn't realize that this game was going to have, like, full-on narration. So, I'm going to be honest, I didn't, like, pay as close attention to the opening as I probably should have. I didn't realize it was, like, a fully narrated game, right? I thought it was just like, oh, hey, I'm going to give you some setup and then you go and explore. Which is also why I missed out on stuff in the very, very first level, I'm sure. Because I didn't explore everything. So I don't remember if he mentioned anything. I can't remember what he said exactly about Coda. Aside from, like, compiling all of these games of his, wanting to preserve them, I think he said. Comparing to a no commentary playthrough video, you're actually not even halfway through. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We're probably gonna run late, which is fine. This game is like Davey projecting his own insecurities and mental expectations and issues onto the work of someone who they barely know and barely understand, if even that. I mean, it does... I don't want to go as far as that, because it does seem like they became friends, and it seems like Davey chased after Coda a little bit because he was really intrigued. Because that's another thing, right? By Davey's own words, he said that, you know, he met Coda through this game jam and was, like, kind of desperate to be his friend. And then, even after they knew each other, they would get into arguments about design philosophy in the first place. So I do think it seems like they were friends, at least, but I do agree that it doesn't seem like he fully understands where Coda is coming from. And there could be something here that Coda has left behind to get Davey to understand him better, possibly. I can't comment on any specifics, I've seen the whole game before, but I'm really enjoying hearing your take on what you've seen so far. Thank you! Because he's never even fussed around making all their own Half-Life levels. He did mention Coda stopped making games. Thank you, Justine, I did forget that. When Davey mentioned that he stopped making games altogether. Nothing much more. Got it, okay. I thought it was a guided tour, but tourism does its own things to art, I suppose. Yeah, Sage, the thing that points out, like, the way that Davey is framing things so far is what sticks out to me. So, like, with an art tour, like a good art tour or an art guide, they would say, you know, creator of the piece, era of the piece, you know, and either like what the author themselves said what they intended, or what experts say, you know, the artist might have intended. Whereas with Davey, it's a lot of projection. It's like, here's what multiple times he's like, here's what I think, and I'll tell you my interpretation. And I think that's a narrative framing that's deliberate. I really love this game. I cannot tell you how excited I was to hear you were playing it. You have been going above and beyond what I hoped for. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Even if friends, at least to me, it feels like Davey barely actually understands code. That's fair, Pasta. Like, me assuming that they were friends or became friends over time is an assumption on my part, because I don't know, we don't really know much about Davey right now. We know that he compiled this in order to preserve, like, Coda's stuff, but, like, yeah, we don't really know. Maybe Davey is kind of, like, not good at code. I have no idea. You're right. Recap the info start. He said he met Code in 2009 at a difficult time in his life, and nothing further. Okay, got it. Unless an artist says things with their own mouth, everything else is interpretation. Absolutely. But then you also have, like, death of the author, right? Where you can interpret a piece of work, and the author's like, it means this, and you're like, doesn't really seem like it. It seems like it means Y instead, and that's also a valid interpretation as long as you acknowledge that's what you're doing, right? There's nothing in Fanworks aside from Emoji Girl posting the aerial shot of the labyrinth and showing the solution to it, so I thank you for that, just in case I get dropped in a labyrinth or something like it, or something like it that would require me to use that pattern, kind of like how redacted for spoilers works in Tunic, right? We're gonna need a certain sequence that is interpreted in other ways in order to pass something, so I appreciate you putting that in there. But yeah, welcome back, everybody. Let's keep going. I'm excited.
A few minutes. Hang with it.
God? Can I interact with anything? There's pictures of buildings here. I don't like the sound it made. I don't like it. I could live here. Hang on. Is the bowling ball thing here? I feel like this is a perfect place to put it. I don't see it, but it feels like... It does feel like an Easter egg of some kind. Okay, I don't see it. I could also be blind, though. Okay, whatever. Whatever. Okay, same photo from the start. No, those are too far apart. Oh, this shit's definitely hidden in one of these fucking walls. I know it. I know it. I can feel it in my balls. Maybe we get like a camera or something.
This is it. The whole game. And there's nothing that's particularly interesting about it. You just walk to the end of a hallway.
Davey, you're missing the point.
For some reason, Coda gets really fixated on this prison that has all of this modern furniture. And I don't know why, but he decides he needs to revisit this prison. He's gonna start over, use the same assets, turn it into something else. Okay, cool. Here's version 2.
This is giving me so much Backrooms. This is giving me so much fucking Backrooms vibes, dude. I know this came first. I know. Well, did it? When did Kane Parsons do his shit? What furniture ought to go in the center? Well, no, Kane Parsons did cite Stanley Parable as, like, one of his main inspirations. For sure. TV. Put a hole in the ground. That's not what I asked for. That's not a hole. That's not, it seems like you're not listening to me at all. 10 stoves lined up along the wall. You don't like any of my ideas? Why don't you... Why... Skylight full... So let's open this baby up. What I say does not matter to you. And that's okay. Tables were invented in 1935. I'm pretty sure none of my choices are making any difference. Who are you? Where exactly are you doing this from? Hi, Umar. This seems like the Backrooms person was only ever... Oh. Seen the Backrooms?
Okay, there's a bit more to this one, but still, it's not really communicating anything. It's kind of just weird for weirdness' sake.
No, it's not.
So, okay, he throws it out and starts over. This time he comes at the prison idea from a different direction.
Oh, Z.A.T.O, I meant specifically, like, Kane Parsons, like, YouTube series and stuff, because of, like, just because of certain elements. It's the only way to escape any prison environment. Follow the instructions carefully. Take care that you remember each. Oh god, I need to remember. First, click. Oh, there's the bowling ball guy. First, click on this table. Go over to the photo frame and click to turn it slightly. Now turn the floor lamp in this room off and then turn it back on. Now go to the left side sofa, move it over a little. Finally, touch the shelves. That's it. In a real prison, the escape will now open. Return to the start and be taken back to your prison. He's looking at me. I don't like the way he's looking at me. He looks like, you know what this looks like? This looks like, I'm gonna start calling it, what was it, Coco? Is Coco the scary gyroid bunny from Animal Crossing? Do I jump? Oh, return, okay.
And of course, now the table is gone and you can't begin the chain of events to escape.
What?
Here's a version where there are no bars, but you can't actually get to the well. And then a version where the inside of the prison is the outside and the outside is the inside.
This is backwards
Let me just
as
blink
fuck.
you real
I'm
quick
sorry,
through a few
dude.
more of these. I mean,
Positive.
he really unloaded on this prison idea. There's nearly a dozen of them. Personally, I think it's awful to watch this, to see a person basically unraveling through their work. And for what? Like, at what point do you just go, maybe there are game ideas other than this prison that I could be working on? But Coda doesn't have that voice telling you to stop, that particular mechanism of defense against yourself. Without it, you just spiral. And so he keeps going and going and going and going and going, and then he hits on something.
Dude, are you Coda?
And he likes it. And that's it. He's done. He stops making prisons. This is the very last version of the prison game that he created. And the reason I think it works is that the prison is not actually in it.
Oh. Games reminded me of Aleph. A little bit, yeah. This isn't the prison game at all. This is something completely different. I'm not moving. Hello. Who is this? Hey, it's me. I'm you after you escape the prison. You're me? So you were trapped in this prison too? I was in the first roommate, I was in the escape tutorial, I was
It's
in
a
the reverse
conversation.
prison.
And so this is what Coda wants, is to be able to talk to someone, to share what's on his mind, and to get some good advice from someone who knows. But the irony is that even in this scenario, you're still talking to yourself. You know, all of these games so far are Coda talking to himself.
It's like to escape, it feels like being completely still and wildly emotional at the same time. Do you feel any different? Sometimes I'm scared I'll get out, and things will be exactly the same as before. It actually does change. I don't feel like I'm the same person. I don't feel like I'm the same person at all. Oh, good. That's so nice to hear. This makes me feel really happy. I'm still me, but I'm not somehow. It's hard. Remember to enjoy being who you are right now. It won't last. Wait, if you're me, then did you get a call from another version of you when you were trapped? No, I think I'm the first person to call back. Then can you tell me how to get out? Maybe I can come find you. What do I have to do? To get out, just talk with me for a bit. What? That will free me? How does that work? It'll make sense. Okay, I can talk. Let's just talk for a bit. Will you be here?
I'll be here for as long as you need. Yo, I wasn't done.
I can see why he considers this a fitting conclusion to the prison games. After all of the obsession and frustration, just to be told by someone you can trust that things are going to be okay. Wouldn't that be nice? So what would it look like if Coda wanted to make a game about talking to someone other than himself?
You know, I never considered the possibility that, What are you reflecting? You're seeing that, right? I never considered the possibility that this is just an abstract form of narrating what happened to him.
To me, this environment is meant to represent Coda's puzzle, with the two doors on either side and a dark transitional space between.
Right. Footsteps are zigzagging for some reason, so let's trust that. It's good to zigzag up a hill, otherwise you fall straight down. That's a nice detail, actually. Don't do that. See, but this is reflecting something accurately. I don't know, reflections are hard, man. I don't think you were supposed to drink that. Well, my goodness, I'm glad as all heck that you showed up. Though I might be having to clean this entire house by myself, I'm right miserable that would have been. Everyone knows lonesome hands make lousy homes. Okay, so the dialogue system is a bit upgraded now.
You'll notice that the quality of the art is a step up from previous games, including this new and improved chat system, which he started using from this point on. From here on out, he begins putting much more effort into the visual polish of his work, and this particular game took 2 months to create as a result.
Oh, you're cleaning this whole place. That's the story, little one. Oh, don't you worry now. I'll be through this mess in no time. I'll promise you wish there was more. What if I don't finish up here? In the meantime, could you please clear the table? Much nicer. That's the table I want to see. Now, would you please run into the bedroom and make the bed? While you're in there, why don't you straighten out the rug a little bit? No me reflection. I might be reading too much into it, but like, I'm trying to figure out whether or not this bathroom is wheelchair accessible, because the first bathroom on the first level was a handicap stall, and this toilet seems pretty low, which is usually indicative that it's accessibility friendly. I think it is accessibility friendly because the sink is pretty low too, actually. Maybe. There's no bar along the shower though. Alright, I'm gonna go sleep. I'm sorry. Have a good night. Okay, I don't think you can really make out any of the books. But this bedroom. While you're in there, once you're in there, all the little details matter. Do you enjoy being a house cleaner? Well, I don't enjoy it so much as I need it. While I'm working, I can feel a kind of calm that rests in the pit of my ribcage. My soul just can't be soothed any other way, it seems, which I guess is about all that matters. Oh, and a tidy couch with straighten the pillows on the sofa. Oh dear, looks like someone spilled a drink over. What the fuck were you drinking? Squid ink? I feel compelled to share an incredibly cheesy personal insight. Are you okay with that? Make it super cheesy, actually. No. Oh, okay, well, fine, whatever. It was stupid. Sorry, no, tell me. Dishes need to be washed, why don't you come do that? Tell me. Last I checked, the tub needed cleaning. How about you scrub it down as best as you can? Tell me. No need to be perfect, we're all just human. Tell me. Okay, fine, whatever. Are there still books scattered on the floor of the bedroom? If so, would you put them back on the shelf? Yeah, sure. It doesn't look like you can do anything out of order because the prompt doesn't... Yeah, it doesn't prompt until I'm asked to do it, so... Perfect. Can I jump on the bed? I can't jump on the bed. Oh, wait, what's this? Oh, then how about you come and clear these dishes off the
After the
table?
intense set of prison games, this house cleaning level almost feels like cleansing. It's the moment after a particularly difficult or traumatic experience where you just need to let it sit and digest inside of you, and eventually cohere into something meaningful.
Do these chores ever end? Darling, let me tell you something. Whatever work you do, you have absolutely got to own it, otherwise it owns you. So why don't we be with the task at hand and leave the future chores to future you? President E wants to smooth out the rug in the bedroom, believe it or not. Trust me, this one.
I know that Coda really liked this game. Of all of his work, actually, this was the only one that he called me up to ask me to come over and look at it. This was during a period of a few months where he was like grossly happy all the time, just walked around with a constant smile on his face.
Manic episode? Earlier when I said I had a really cheesy thought, I was going to say that it occurs to me that one's house is a lot like one's soul. You take care of it, and it takes care of you. Heh. Don't know why I felt so weird about saying that. Well, there's a bit of truth in it, no? Anyway, so, housekeeping. Books, would you please clean up the books? Thanks. Oh goodness, this pillow's... I'm scared that I'm going to turn around, he's going to be gone.
I'm glad he found some peace.
Question.
But,
Do you enjoy
of course, it can't last. The music stops, your companion is gone, it's time to leave. The door at the top of the hill is now open as well.
Okay, you didn't do
Again,
that then?
you can't stay in the dark space for too long. You just can't. You have to keep moving. It's how you stay alive.
I feel like it's time to kill ourselves. Chat, I think it's time to kill myself. Oh, there's just no walls here. Oh, I thought there were windows. I didn't even think to check. There were? Oh, there were. Okay.
Which is the whole point of the puzzle doors, right? That sooner or later you have to pick up and move. I really thought that was the point of it.
Fantasy? Huh. Items
This
you
one
love at
gets
members
a
only
bit
prices.
goofy.
Why did you come here today? Was it to improve your life? Was it to get a better job? Was it to make your relationships more meaningful? No. Let me out. Let me out. You came here to become perfect. This workshop is going to teach you how to become perfect. I want your friends, the people in your life to look at you and think, wow, this person is a better human being than I am. Right, now, who do you think about in that way in your own life? Who do you know is so well developed as a person they make you feel disgusted with yourself, compared to whom you feel useless, selfish, ungrateful? I intend to make you into that person. Oh, okay. Perfection is within your grasp. Question is not how we do it, but how we do it. How do we do it effortlessly? This is easy. It's so easy. Pay me $500 US. It is so
About
easy.
halfway through the game,
Being
the
perfect is
perspective
effortless.
shifts. And you play as the teacher. And suddenly, you discover that your teacher is just as bigoted and afraid as you are.
That's cool. Can I
Oh,
leave?
and also you can move around the classroom now.
Can I talk to the listen guy? I'm gonna go talk to the listen guy.
This part of college was wild. I cannot. Okay. This is the key. How do I achieve no effort? On the way to work, I told Nelly to start contributing to kids should not follow their dreams. I still love you. It's just that you make me feel cold on the inside. Okay, those ones are grayed out, so I don't think we're supposed to be. Thank goodness all of you perceive me being wise and that drinking is not hurting my life. Ew, I'm developing a cyst. Gross. Haha, just kidding. Anyone want to do some ecstasy after this? Holy shit, you guys, something's coming out of the back of the room. Look out.
I felt pretty hard for this one. I feel like it's one of the most relatable experiences that you can have. To assume that some other person is perfect and totally fulfilled in every way, and completely miss all of the little flaws that make them painfully human.
You know, like the Eye of Sauron.
I think about this game a lot these days.
Building. Couches.
This one took a lot longer than all the others for Coda to make. It was 4 months between this and the last one.
Oh wait,
That's
there's no lamp
twice
here.
as long as it took him to make any other game before this. And it's not like it's particularly complex, so I remember I found that a little strange at the time.
Okay. Yeah, there's a big stage there. Can I climb this? I cannot. He hasn't mastered ladder physics yet. Doesn't look like anything here. Oh. Oh, you can just phase through these. Think anything there? Do you think there's anything cool in here? Probably not. Wait, hang on. Okay, I can't move back here. Sorry, I'm just futzing around with it. I'm just futzing around with it. Yeah, you could walk through all of these. Do you hear that? Time to go on stage. Oh wait, this one's solid. Can I open it? I cannot open it. I'm not gonna check every box. Let's just continue. Right, the performance is beginning. Places, please. Hello, everybody. In this scene, you'll be playing as me. Understood. We are a gathering of professionals. First, you'll start out leaning against this wall. Is this a wall? Oh, this wall. Alright, I'm here. Good, stay right there. I'm staying. Woman across the room in this chair is a professional photographer of animals. It's your dream to photograph animals professionally. It is your one chance to learn something from her, to gain something, to succeed. Go on, say something to her. Can I leave the wall? Hello? Hello? That's it? That's not a conversation. You actually need to converse with her. Be a human being. Can I leave the wall? Do it again? I'm really scared right now. No, that's not what I said to her at all. What did you say? You're completely missing the tone of the conversation. I was reserved, but I knew what I wanted. I was confident. For some reason, it was just that one moment, but I was confident. Maybe it's that you need a better feel of the setting. There are a lot of people around us. We'll give you some props to work with. These cones that bounce when you touch them will represent the people nearby. What are some sacrifices you had to make? You're messing it all up again. You'll freak her out if the conversation gets that personal that quickly. Do you not realize how important this was for me? I'll never get another opportunity like this again. Everything was riding on this. Wait, can I... I want to try something. What? Yo! I was having fun! Well, that's not ominous at all. Can I jump into the audience instead? I don't want to be me anymore. Can I just be watching? Okay, alright, okay, alright, I get it. Lights! Oh, is it really that bright when you're on stage? You see no one? No wonder, like, stage actors need that, like, really cakey makeup that doesn't fucking melt through your sweat. Hey, Circuit Suit, thank you very much for the 19 months. I appreciate it. It's great to remove fear. Okay, yes, now this is working. This is what it was like.
The game ends with this eerie premonition of what's going to happen next in Coda's life. The solution to social anxiety, to fears of having to perform and having to chase success, the answer for Coda is to withdraw, to hide himself away. Which is what leads to scenarios like the stairs that slowed you down several games ago, where it just becomes harder and harder to access Coda's inner landscape because he keeps retreating. He just keeps backing away from possible connections to anyone other than himself. And to be honest, I didn't consider it very healthy when I first played this game. You know, it looked to me like he was trying to justify the idea of just disconnecting yourself.
How is this justification?
And that wasn't what I wanted for him or for his games. Because I feel like a lot of his games are inviting me to connect.
Guys, I think Davey's fucking stupid.
To bring him closer.
Do you think this game is oh my god.
But what can you do? After this, Coda went off and took another 5 months to make a new game.
How could you play through that and think he's condoning it? Obviously, it's Mobius Strip. To play this game probably must keep your eyes closed. Click. Should I close my eyes? Okay, I'm not gonna close my eyes. I can't see anything. Oh, it's that door again. There was a giant door and then my vision went black. Yes, okay, we've got the whisper again. That's a recurring theme. We've got the door again. I'm gonna get killed by a giant door?
You should probably open your eyes if you haven't already. It's pretty much impossible to solve otherwise. And there is a solution, by the way.
Okay, alright. Oh, there's a door. The only way to stop it is to speak something. Oh, to speak something honest. I see. This is funny. The only way to stop this is see. I can't keep making these. I can't keep making these. Yes, that's it. That's the truth. It's draining me.
Like I said, I was getting concerned. First
keep
off,
going, keep talking.
He's never been this explicit in his work about exactly what he's thinking. So where's that?
I haven't been honest.
But then even weirder, his work has potentially stopped being an outlet
You're
for
doing
him.
it, it's working.
Not like he's having trouble iterating on ideas, but
I'm alone.
he literally just can't think of new ideas anymore. And in person, he was being a lot more distant than usual. Like,
Going to be okay.
you know how sometimes a person will just deflect anything that you say in order to keep themselves disconnected all the time? It was that kind of thing. Here was the point in my relationship with Coda where I really started to wonder if he needed my help in some way.
Okay, I do think
His
they're
games
friends,
are going
yeah.
to get more desperate from here on out.
Or the same person.
After this game, it's almost 6 months before he finishes something new.
Hello? Hello? Ooh, the audio distortion's really good. Can I fall? I cannot fall. Is this Vaporwave? Is that a person? How lovely. It's been a long time since I've talked to anyone. What's wrong? You look lost. When I try to create, I feel empty. Relatable. Oh no! What's happened? Did something change? There was a machine that kept me going, and it stopped. Wait, you're looking for a machine. I think I know where it is. It isn't far. I hear water. I need to see it now to know why it stopped. I can take you
If
to
the
it, but there is
last
a
game
problem.
featured Coda talking explicitly about his creative frustrations, This
Started by
one
different
turns it
puzzle.
up
You
to
can help
11.
me solve the puzzle, find the
Now,
machine.
put yourself in my shoes playing this. Here's a friend whose work is exhibiting signs of struggle, frustration, anxiety, depression, even.
Perfect.
And yet, still, he keeps making games. He keeps throwing himself into the grinder even when he clearly doesn't have the energy for it anymore. Why? What is it for? Because from my perspective at the time,
Here's the
and,
puzzle.
and
What do you
just
think?
what I knew of him, this was a result
this
of how
puzzle before.
isolated he was. He was in his own little bubble, just sitting at his computer all day, not really showing these
Something
games
to
to
do.
anyone, not releasing them onto the internet, and so he didn't have anyone outside of himself to connect with. He had no outlet to ground himself on.
Now you have to close the first door. Alright, what's next? Now just press the switch here. You did it. Ah, that was so simple.
You can't talk yourself out of loneliness. It doesn't work that way.
Says who?
You can't be the one writing both the questions and the answers. Then there's no movement. Then there's no circulation. If all of your anxieties are being channeled into your work, then if the work ever fails, you have no backup and you're just going to crash.
Getting a little emotional there, Davey. Oh, there is crying in the soundtrack. There's no machine here. Trust me, you'll see. You have to say that your work is fun and easy. You have to say that game development is simple and joyous and that you love it 100% of the time. Making games is simple. Oh my god. Oh, that feels wonderful. Oh my god, those are... Okay, yes, so the previous games all tie into the other. Those are all the options that I picked. Why did I feel awful when I said that? Don't worry about it, just keep talking. Keep saying that creation is easy. I am constantly excited about and enthusiastic about my work. I didn't pick that one, I don't think, because I didn't remember the blocks, because I'm
Seeing
stupid.
this game at the time that he made it, it looked really unhealthy to me.
Every time I make
I was
something, I feel
watching
better
him
about
do this to
myself.
himself, and I hated it. I hated seeing him so trapped. It's like video games are not worth this amount of suffering.
None of this is helping.
This is someone I really cared about. And I
Patience,
used to
you
get
have to
so
trust
much
me.
joy out of seeing him create.
Promise
For
this
him
will
to
work.
suddenly become
Please
angry
continue.
and frustrated like this, it was the worst thing for me.
It always pays off eventually.
I don't know. This is what I felt at the time. I don't know how else to explain it. I wanted it to stop more than anything. I had never felt so rotten.
I think I've
I
ever
just,
seen that one.
I needed more than I had ever needed anything for this to stop.
I will be saved by my work. The
But it
prison,
didn't
dude.
stop.
The prison.
After finishing this one, Coda takes another 7 months and comes up with a new game.
The machine. Ma'am, I'm glad to see you arrived safely. We've captured the machine. It's waiting for you now. You can begin the interrogation whenever you like. I intend to be quick. Very good. Let's be warned that someone called the press, so we might have a bit of attention on this one. Also, one more thing you should know about the machine. It calls itself Coda. Okay, no lever on this one. This is giving me the same vibes as the fucking, what was it, the the abuse goblin? We're about to beat the fucking abuse goblin. We have it chained to a radiator, and we're going to beat it with a hammer.
And of course, it's the machine.
You stopped. Your work was keeping us alive. Those people out there, can you imagine what pain you've put them through? I've been so alone. Apologize for leaving me. I have seen the thing you fear. The front of the machine does look like 3 dots. The bottom one's a different size, but I think you're right. I think you're right. All right, then I'll apologize to the people on your behalf. My followers, I have a troubling revelation. The machine will not apologize. We will find a way to live without it. We do not need its games. Let us show it that we are not failures. Follow me will destroy the machine. Follow me will destroy everything the machine has created. Ooh. I don't want to destroy the machine. Follow me will destroy everything the machine has created. Ooh. Oh, this is cool. Oh, that's cool. Oh. Yeah, those are the stairs. It's like Power Washing Simulator, but like with more depression.
So now the work is becoming self-destructive. And I'll tell you, at the time that I first played this game, shortly after he made it, here's what I'm thinking to myself. I'm thinking that Code is stuck in his own head, and that it's having a very negative effect on him, and that all he needs to do is just start showing his work to people, to get some actual feedback on his games. It might get him out of isolation.
This looks like...
And so, as I'm thinking this,
No.
I realized that I could be the one to initiate
You
it.
see this and think he
'Cause
wants
it would never
public
occur to Coda
feedback?
to start actively soliciting feedback.
Are you stupid?
So, what if I did it
You
for
are
him?
a bad
If
friend.
he could see the difference it would make to have more actual
are a
conversations
bad
with other
friend.
human beings, would that bring him out of his mental spiral?
You
Would it give him confidence in himself? Would it bring
Never do
meaning
this.
back into his work?
Don't do that shit. Oh, we hit the come
So I
zone.
started showing Coda's work to people. I took this one, and the islands which you just played, the theater, the notes, the house cleaning game, and some of the prison escape games. I
This
brought
is
them
like
to people that I knew and trusted. I asked
not
their opinions.
living,
And the
not,
great
not
part is that
leveling
they
up
really
volition at
loved his
all.
games. You know, the point of it all was just to give him some external reference point, but they genuinely loved his work. There was nothing for him to be afraid of.
You stupid motherfucker. Put down your weapon. I can't interact right now. I'm not moving. My hands are off. Do I move now? Okay, mouse isn't working. I don't want to shoot it. WASD isn't working. I know E shoots. I know left click shoots. I can't do anything. He wants me to kill him, man. I can't. Oh, I can crouch. Can't jump, though. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and shoot it. Because that's the only thing I can do.
Why I felt like this was the right thing to do?
No.
Because it's the thing that I always feel like I need, to be told that my work is good, that I am good. When someone really connects with a thing that I've made, when they see themselves purely in my work, there's nothing that feels better. And I got to give that very same feeling to my friend. I did something... I really felt like I'd done something good, like Like, I was a good person. I felt like there was a friend who was in trouble and was unhappy and maybe didn't like themselves, and I could fix it. If I could give him this gift, maybe I could fix the problem.
It's
When they
not
told me
right,
how
but I
much they
understand the
enjoyed his
mindset.
games, it was the best feeling. It was the absolute best
It made
feeling.
you feel happy.
made
It
me
wasn't
feel
supposed
so
to be
happy.
for other people. It was
So
never for other people.
Beautifully happy. So anyway, Coda finishes this game, and then really he just kind of takes off for a while. So this is June of 2011, and I didn't hear anything from him for several weeks, I guess. And so out of nowhere, one day I get an email, and it's got a private link to a new game of Coda's.
He's putting a Trojan in your fucking
This one is
house.
called Z.A.T.O, and to my knowledge, it's the last game that Coda ever made. So let's take a look.
Oh, crouch. Left click, right click, doesn't do anything. There's definitely a crowd
This
here.
is where
It
I
sounds
have
like we're in
trouble
a
saying anything meaningful about Coda's work.
panoptic. You have
Because
always
more
had
than
trouble
anything
saying
else,
anything
the tower
meaningful.
just feels distant.
You have always
it feels
had
like
trouble
it's
with that.
trying to distance itself from the world. It's a very cold game.
I like this though. It's not just about yelling at Davy, right? Davy's whole attitude is the point. That's the point. It's like it is the most straightforward example of unreliable narrator. That's the point. We're supposed to be mad at him. We're supposed to realize what he did was wrong. We're supposed to realize what he doesn't and what he still doesn't, even after scaring Kodo away from game dev. I think this is a very powerful way to tell that kind of story. Having this work framed and narrated and guided by someone who never really got it. As much as he thinks he does, he never really understood. I think that's a
This room actually has a maze in it.
very interesting way of pulling this off. Oh, Jesus.
Except that all the walls of the maze are invisible. And then every time you touch one of the walls, there's this awful flashing and noise, so the experience is really miserable. The game goes beyond not being meant to be played, it actually seems to despise the player for trying to play it at all.
Yeah, it was sent to you.
But I do want to show you the rest of the levels, so when you're ready to continue, press enter and I'll put a bridge over the maze.
I'm gonna pull up, hang on, just real quick. I'm gonna pull up. Okay, Emoji Girl, again, earlier posted in Fanworks the overhead solution to the maze. So I'm gonna see if that works at all. I don't want to... It's really hard to tell, though. Hang on. I might, just for epilepsy warning reasons, I might turn this off. Wait, what do I have back here? Okay, there we go. Just for epilepsy warning reasons, I'm going to try to make my way through this maze not on screen using the guide that Phoebe made. Just because I don't want to, like, fucking flashbang you guys. It doesn't hurt me, just because, like, I'm not photosensitive, but I don't want this to show up on screen. So it was working for a while, but if I can figure out... Shit, so if I do... Shit. Because I think that is a solution. I think the solution is doing... Hang on, I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna pop it in MS Paint. I'm going to rotate it. Thank you, Phoebes, for screenshotting this for me. I didn't think to. I would immediately think back to the labyrinth, but I wouldn't have actually recorded the solution. So I appreciate you doing that. Okay, so it goes... And then if I make a right... And then if I go up... Nope. Okay, hang on. Am I
not supposed to do it this way? Hang on, it doesn't actually seem like I'm progressing anywhere. Wait, I got further that time. What about this side? Hang on. So if I go this way... Okay, maybe I'm not supposed to actually solve it. I'm just trying a bunch of stuff to see if it will. Well, no, because I get further this way. Is it time-based? Do I just, if I sit here? No, that's not it. Okay, I don't mind asking, is the maze actually solvable? I just need a simple yes or no. I just need a simple yes or no for those who know, who have played this game. Is it solvable, or am I just kind of grasping at straws here? It is? Okay, cool. Because I have the... Hang on, let me see. Let me pull this up again. You can solve it. Okay. That's what I thought. Because, like, we've had the foreshadowing that solutions are hidden in other games. Like, we've seen that already. But, like, how do I do this? Okay, yeah, no, there is a right path. Okay, so if I go... here... Forward one? No. Okay, so we go here... here... If I go to the side... Oh! Okay. Up? No, okay, hang on. I have to imagine they have to be... Yeah, that's the thing. I have no, like... I can't even, like, use spaces as, like... Because, like, rather, I can't use steps as counters either, because, like, there's no one step, two step, right? It's basically fully on how long you hold it for. Oh, shit. Coda, I see you, man. I'm trying real hard. Okay, what if I went? Okay, nope, hang on. I think I'm making progress. I don't think it's the solution. Wait, is it? Wait. If I go up, and then I go here. No, fuck. Nope, shit. Fucking ass. Nope. I don't know if I can find it. I feel like I'm gonna be here for a while. Oh, and then turn right. And then turn up. No, that's not it. I'm trying to follow the maze from, like, the original game. But it doesn't seem to be working unless is it mirrored somehow? David's just a CEO, but on Indie Devil, but only cares about Coda's work, only cares if Coda can keep pumping it out like a machine, only cares if Coda keeps making... I disagree. I do disagree with that. I don't think Davey is like a CEO at all. Davey just does not have the societal, the social awareness to empathize with what Coda is going through. Because Coda and Davey, from the start of as we've seen, have different philosophies on what game dev is for. Like, we saw that early on. Davey has, like, a more traditional outlook against, like you're there to create games for people to enjoy them, and it was never about that with Coda. And Coda was very explicit about that, and they had disagreements about that from a philosophical level. And Davey is applying a Davey solution to a Coda problem. So I don't think he's like a CEO, I don't think he's capitalist and only cares about output, I don't think that at all, not at all. I think he's seeing his friend suffering and trying to give him the solution that would work for Davey, but not for Coda. It's just a very basic misunderstanding, like a mismatch of empathy. I don't think Davey is malicious at all, he's not able to see, he has never been able to see from Coda's point of view. I don't think he's evil, he's just a bad friend. Because he has never been able to empathize with Coda.
So I think reducing it to, oh, he's like a CEO who only cares about output is very reductionist of what the narrative is trying to portray here. I don't think it's that at all. I don't think I can get this, unfortunately. Fuck. Just FYI, I pulled up a video on YouTube of someone navigating the maze with the walls visible, and it's a full minute of navigate. Oh, okay, so it's not as simple as just following. Because I thought it was like a callback, because he said the shooter was one of his first games, right? So I thought it was a callback to like the whole thing, because Davey like just jumped you to the end of the maze. So if you didn't go back and map out your maze solution, you wouldn't know the solution to that, because he's there to take shortcuts, right? So I thought getting through the maze to show that he remembers and actually solved the maze in the first place was kind of like a mirror. If you actually gave a shit and understood what I was trying to do, you would know the solution. So that's why I was trying to map the labyrinth, the original labyrinth path to this one, but I don't think it's working. It's crazy if the maze solution does work. It's very directly Coda being like, hey, you love my work so much. Here's a maze, you remember, right? Exactly, Delta. That's what I thought this was, but I guess it's not. I think it's a completely different maze. Yeah, unfortunately, I do think I'm gonna have to skip it. I don't think it's the solution from the shooter, unfortunately. Would have been really cool if it was, though. But that's okay. I'll go ahead and I have to skip it. I can't get through this. At least not without making you sit here staring at a meme image for an hour. So I don't want to do it this way, but for time's sake, I'll go ahead and do it.
And to be fair, it's not like this is the first game that's needed some modification to be playable. Like the house cleaning game. You know, that one used to actually loop the cleaning chores and you just cleaned a house forever. I had to cut it off so that you could exit the house and the game would actually end.
Missing the point again.
That game had an idea that it was actually trying to communicate.
Yeah, and you missed it.
What's the deeper idea behind the invisible maze?
It's, again, you're supposed to be mad at Davey right now. At this point, it is hammering you over the head with the fact he doesn't fucking get it. So, like, this is as blatant as the game can be, without looking into the camera and telling you, hey, Davey doesn't get it. So if you're frustrated with Davey right now, that's exactly the point. Also notice the message he took from the house cleaning game is that it needs to end, which it didn't. Exactly. Didn't pay attention to the NPC dialogue at all, obviously, because I was wondering why the NPC was cut off so abruptly, right? I'm like, Coda wouldn't do that. Coda has a message he wants to tell, but then, like, Davey, until this point, hid it from us that he cut the game short. That's a reveal we didn't get. We didn't know until just this second. It's like, of course you fucking did, because you don't get it. You don't understand.
The only way past this challenge is to randomly guess the 6-digit code. Like the invisible maze, it's frustrating to me, because it's the opposite of everything else that Coda has made.
Can I jump?
It doesn't encourage thought or engagement. It doesn't ask anything of me, except a lot of my time. If I could have reached him during this time, then maybe I could have asked him, but I couldn't. I still don't really understand why this is here. I'll put the code on the ground for you here, though, so that we can move on.
15, 16, 17. Have we seen that before? Or is this tower specifically like... I feel like, before we continue, I feel like this game is the opposite of a love letter. It's a goodbye letter to Davey, right? Because even as cool as it was for the solution, as cool as it would be for the solution to be the labyrinth from like the first or second game, as cool as it would be, that's not the purpose of it. The purpose of it is that Coda programmed this very difficult thing that you're gonna need to brute force. There's no other way around it. Like, I don't remember seeing numbers in the other games. And if it's anything like the maze, it's meant there to be for you to sit there and suffer and brute force it. But he must have known. There's something inside him. Coda must have known that Davy was just gonna skip through it like he always does, because he misses the fucking point. He misses the fucking point. Can you imagine there being like a secret ending or a secret message if he just did it properly, and he did not bother? And this game is expecting him to miss the point and not get it, which I think is really fucking sad. I'm gonna pause it here, because it is ad break time again. We are gonna go a little bit over. I don't care. I'm fucking captivated as shit. I don't know how much longer we have to go. I feel like we're probably getting close to the end, but I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. I think something to take from this, because it feels like everybody's on the same page right now with regards to Davy. I want you to think about the anger that you feel for Davy, right? And I want you to like just take a half step back as to why you're feeling that way. Because if hypothetical, if Davy empathized with Coda, right? If Davy knew exactly what Coda was going through and helped him properly, we would not have a game. We would not have a game that led up to this moment that makes us feel so visceral, you know? That gives us such strong emotions towards Davy. Like, for me, I'm kind of taking this as a lesson to, like, not be afraid to create characters like this that make your audience fucking feel something, as obvious as it may seem. It's very easy to be like, oh, why didn't he just do this? Because we wouldn't have a game. Right? We wouldn't have a game that evokes this much emotion out of us. That makes us understand he's an unreliable narrator that's completely missing the fucking point. That's the purpose of this game. So, like, if you're somebody who makes characters or writes a story, don't be afraid to write people like this, because it makes things so much more interesting and textured. Make characters that your audience wants to throw hammers at. It's good writing. It's good writing, dude. It really is crazy how going through these is telling more about Davy as a person than it is about Coda. Isn't that great? The fact that we're playing, like, if you think about it, it's the fact that we're playing through this at all. The fact that us, the player, are going through these games means that, like, well, I mean, Davy said at the beginning, he collected these. He collected these to preserve them and share them with other people. And that's not what they were meant for. That's never what they were meant for. So even us playing this in the first place is Davy missing the fucking point. Isn't that great? Isn't that awesome? Like, I love that. That's really cool. I've been super quiet because I feel like it's hard to talk about this without full context, but this has been delightful. It's really good. I had a couple theories as we were going through it. I'm like, oh, you know, maybe Davy is Coda, and Coda's like a part of, again, I'm playing Umineko, and then we played Z.A.T.O, right? So I'm in a very, maybe it's like his alter, or another part of himself that he's distancing himself from, or something, right? So, like, that's where my mind jumped to right away. That's because I'm in a very specific mindset. But no, these are two different people, two ex-friends, one of whom, the person who was your narrator, completely missing the point. And that's really cool. I did see someone mention something about the dev using his real name, but I'm not gonna read that. I'm gonna pump the brakes on it because I'm sure there is like a larger context to it, but I'd rather not think about that until I finish the game first. So let's finish the game first and then dig into why it was made, maybe. But yeah, right now I'm deliberately ignoring any messages like that. I don't want to think about it. I want to finish this game as it's presented to me first, and then if we add context to it later, it'll make it all the more sweeter. I will say you caught on to the wait, isn't Davy ignoring the authorial intent a lot sooner than I did, and it was very fun to see you getting those cues. Thank you! Yeah, I mean, like, I had no idea about this game at all. I know that Pi played it, and she told me it was really good and it was worth playing, so it's been on my radar for a bit, but I didn't know anything going into it. And the whole authorial intent thing was contrarian at first, because, like, from second one, I'm like, well, I'm going to explore and make sure there's nothing hidden here, right? And it's just that steady growth of, like, Coda made a game like this, but if you press enter, I'll just bypass it for you. And I'm like, wait a minute. Wait, you didn't make this game. Like maybe there's a Steam achievement, or maybe there's something, whatever, for playing it the way that Coda intended. And then it just kind of, like, melted into something a lot more than that. So, like, it does feel a little special to have caught on to that pretty early, because I'm like, oh shit, the themes, dog, the themes. Anyway, welcome back, everybody. Let me see if there's any, fan works. There is one, but it says, I like this genre of fan work. Look at it after the game is done. Okay, cool. It's under a spoiler bar, so we're not gonna take a look at that right now. Alright, let's pause VLC. Let's continue. Do I do it individually? Oh, I do, okay. Please tell me the stairs slow me down. Please tell me the stairs slow me down. Please? Can you please? Damn it! I keep wanting this game to have callbacks to other games, but that's not the point of it. That is not the point of why Coda made this, or made this for Davy. He wouldn't have callbacks here because he knows that Davy wouldn't learn a lesson from it and wouldn't have applied anything anyway. It would have been cool though, yeah? Alright.
The switch to open this door is actually on the other side of the door, meaning that it's literally impossible to solve from this side. So even if you somehow brute forced your way through the first two challenges, and you got to this point, there's actually just no way to progress. And it's scary for me, the idea of Coda cutting himself off entirely.
It's not about
just saying,
Coda!
And that's it, that's the end of the conversation, not giving me any way to fix the problem.
It's not about, well, rather, it's not about you!
I feel like a failure, I guess, when I can't fix the problem.
Yup, you're getting it.
But I can open this door for you, so let me do that.
He There's no way to get in here. Yeah, the switch is too far. I can't... Yeah, no, there's no way. So something was supposed to open it from the other side. Something is supposed to open it from the other side, so let's see if we can figure out what the intent was.
For not understanding this game? I mean, I don't know why I would be. It's not like everything needs to have a solution, but I feel it somehow. I feel like I failed, and I don't understand why.
Here's the thing, see, that mindset is very relatable, right? Like, for me, and I have no problem admitting this, I am the kind of person that, and it's something that I still struggle with. I haven't solved it. I'm trying and I'm working on it, but I still haven't solved it. But I am very much the kind of person, and I hate it when people turn it into oh, men think this way, females think this way, because it's not. But I'm very much the kind of person that if someone comes to me with a problem, my immediate action is to solve it. Have you tried doing this? Why don't you just do this? Like I'm a very action-oriented person. Like if you have an issue, do something about it, right? Because that's how I learned to survive. But that's not what everybody needs, and I'm still learning that lesson. That's like, sometimes people just want to bitch, and they don't want you to offer suggestions. And I'm like, oh. And I'm still struggling with that, especially when I, quote-unquote, see a solution that should be obvious, right? It's very presumptive of me, but that's where my mind goes to, and it's something that I have to unlearn. It's something I'm still unlearning. So, like, Davy is very shitty for not understanding what his friend needs, for not having that, but, like, I can understand where Davy's coming from. I can understand that point of view. It's very easy to say that he's wrong with the empathy and knowledge that we have as people who have dealt with our loved ones who have issues, right? It's easy for us to call him a moron from after we've learned that lesson. He has not learned that lesson yet. So yeah, he's shitty, but he's also incredibly relatable. It's hard to tell the difference between help me and hear me. Exactly, Beta Vash. Yeah, 100%. I'm in the process of learning to see it as an emotional problem to be solved by giving them the space they need to express their feelings. It's a very engineer-minded approach, but the only way I can do it. I mean, like, if that still results in you giving your loved ones what they need in order, what they need from you, go for it. Like, what I'm trying to do more of is asking somebody, do they want advice or do they just want me to listen? Just straight up off the get-go. Like, I need you, like, tell me what you need and I'll do my best to provide it, you know? Oh yeah, Robin. Yeah, big same. I've made a conscious effort to ask, is this something you want solved or something you want to vent? Yeah. And, like...
I remember. It's June of 2011. I'm playing this for the very first time. And as I'm playing, I'm thinking to myself, I don't know this person. I have no idea who this person is.
He might be getting
It wasn't the guy I knew. It wasn't my friend. I had come to so many conclusions from looking at all of his work up to this point, and then suddenly none of them...
I think he's getting it, chat. I think he's getting it.
I had been trying to, though. That was the thing. For years, I was trying to get to know him, to understand who he actually was and what he stood for. I asked him so many times to please just tell me what his games mean to him. I asked him please to tell me what the 3 dots mean. And he wouldn't.
Oh, okay, he knows about the 3 dots. Is narration, in the moment, or is presented to you in past tense? I'm not going to think about that too hard.
I just felt so strongly that if I could have connected with him, that if I could have somehow made his work my own, that I would finally be once and for all happy.
Oh, that's
that
different.
I needed to see myself in someone else. I needed to be someone other than me. But he stopped and left, and it felt somehow like I had failed.
Interesting. He's getting it, but it's not the direction I thought it was. He's giving himself therapy, chat. Give him a second. Maybe it'll click before this game ends.
Where did I screw up?
Oh, sorry. Do you have any idea how much self-awareness and therapy talk / positive it takes for someone to acknowledge that like, hey, maybe I'm projecting. Maybe I'm assuming this other person is somebody I want them to be more than me appreciating them for who they are. Like, maybe I'm putting all of my hopes and dreams onto somebody else that I'm putting on a pedestal and completely dehumanizing them for my own needs. It's very easy to summarize now, but when you do not have the tools for that, you don't even fucking see it. You're just completely blind to it, right? Again, it's very easy for us to be like, oh, he should just do this. Oh, he's doing X, Y, and Z. But for somebody to come to that realization on their own, we're watching him work through it. Let's see, let him cook. Let Davey cook. He's almost there. Oh, fuck.
I'm the reason that you stopped making games, aren't I? It's because of what I did. I poisoned it for you.
Jesus. He made the fucking unsolvable door because he knew for a fact that Davey was gonna just brute force it anyway. He knew. He built the lesson into the fucking game.
I don't think I ever told you this, but when I took your work and I was showing it to people, it actually felt... it felt as though I were responsible for something important and valuable.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder at times whether I didn't read the last message out loud. The last message on the first floor said, "Dear Davy, thank you for taking an interest in my games. I need you to stop speaking to me," or something like that. Like, I need you to not contact me anymore. And then the second one says, "I wonder at times whether you think I am making these games for you."
And the people who played them, they treated me like I was important. They really listened and cared about what I had to say. Even though I was showing your work, I felt good about myself. Finally. For a moment, while I had that, I liked myself.
I think we're getting a peek into, people who repost artwork, who repost artwork and videos. Same mindset. Same mindset. Taking proxy ownership of somebody who put effort into something that isn't your own, just for the need to feel self-important, without actually contributing anything. Yeah. You infected my personal space that it's possible I did begin to plant solutions in my work somewhere hidden between games. If there was an answer, a meaning, would it make you any happier? Would you stop taking my games and showing them to people against my wishes? Giving them something that is not yours to give, violating the one boundary that keeps me safe? Would you stop changing my games? Stop. He was adding lampposts! The lamppost in the sci-fi one when you're on a ship. It was the yellow paint. He's adding yellow paint to the guy's games. I was wondering why that lamppost was there. I was like, that doesn't really make a lot of sense. Maybe it's like an abstract thing I'm not getting. Is another thing that he hid from us. He claimed the lampposts were something that Coda added in order to put a destination in there, and that felt wrong to me. I'm like, I don't feel like he'd do that, but okay. He got so fixated on the lampposts. Yep. The lampposts weren't even fucking his. That's crazy. That's crazy, dude. Would you stop changing my games? Stop adding lampposts to them.
And then you stopped. And I didn't have anything left to show people. I just had to be with myself. And as soon as that happened, there was no feeling at all. Nothing. Less than nothing. What does that mean?
Hang on. He's on the cusp, chat. He's teetering on the precipice. Would you simply let them be what they are? When I am around you, I feel physically ill. You desperately need something and I cannot give it to you. I literally do not have it. Struggling to come up with new ideas is not making me depressed. Low points are just a part of the process. The fact you think I am frustrated or broken says more about you than about me. I realize that this doesn't make sense to you just yet. Did I miss anything? I don't think so. Which is fine, you're not my problem to solve. But I do hope that one day it clicks, and that you make peace with this thing you are wrestling.
I'm afraid that I did something really stupid because I don't like myself.
And when you finally see what I'm talking about, don't say anything. Is there an invisible? Hey Amtrax, hello. Can we get a shout out to Amtrax? Welcome Raiders, hello. I am playing the beginner's guide for the very first time, and I think we're probably getting close to the end there, so if you are interested in playing this wonderful little game yourself, please do so. It's on sale right now on Steam, for like $4, I think. It's not a very long game. If you've played Stanley Parable and you enjoyed Stanley Parable, go play the beginner's guide. Get out of here and go buy that and play it yourself. It's very short and very poignant in a way I did not expect. But welcome everybody. Hello. Jesus.
That's why I'm releasing this collection of your work, is because I haven't been able to find any other way to reach you. I've tried everything. And so a part of me has hope that if I put this compilation out into the world, and if I put my name on it, that maybe enough people will play it so that it'll find its way to you, so that I can tell you that I'm sorry. I know I screwed up. If I apologize to you truly and deeply, will you start making games again? Please, I need to feel okay with myself again. And I always felt okay as long as I had your work to see myself in.
It's not about you.
Is something wrong with me?
It's never about
Because
you.
I know that I did an awful thing, and I'm doing it again right now. Like, I'm showing people your
The
work.
walls are closing,
but
you see that?
I can't stop myself from doing it. That's how badly I need to feel something again, like I'm an addict. There has to be something wrong with me. Can I apologize? What if I tell you I was wrong? Will that work? Will that fix it? I don't know. I don't think it will, but there's nothing else that I can do. Just tell me what you want. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please, start making games again. Please help me. Please give me some of whatever it is that makes you complete. I want whatever that wholeness is that you just summoned out of nothing and you put into your work. You were complete in some way that I never was. And I want to know how to be a good person. I want to know how not to hate myself. Please. I'm fading,
Chat,
and all I want
chat.
is to know that I'm going to be okay.
Listen to the words. Need you exercise in empathy.
That was fantastic writing. That was fantastic writing. Chat, before we continue, this is one of those things I need you to listen to me about, right? This was written in an extremely human way, and I understand the frustration, but I need you to realize there are people out there who see themselves in Davy, okay?
More love, more praise, more people telling me that I'm good. Always more. It's like a disease.
So, like, I'm not saying to not shit on him, but I also need you to understand that, like, this is one of those things where you wouldn't understand this mindset unless you were there. And this game was made to... It's very vulnerable. It's extremely vulnerable. Because there are people out there who feel like Davy and are like Davy and don't know it, or are actively trying to not be that way. So again, it's very clear to us that he needs help. He needs to figure out a way to be okay with himself. And this game is also for the people who don't realize that yet. So before you shout on him too much, I need you to think about the fact there might be people watching this or in chat right now who see themselves in Davy. And I think it's very important to give the space for anybody whose this message resonates with to work through that and really internalize the message, not just see people shitting on him. Does that make sense? This is an incredibly vulnerable game that is extraordinarily well written. I really appreciate it. And this will resonate with the people who need to see it. And I think that's very important. That's all. I'm not saying, guys, don't shit on Davy, don't do that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, just also maybe consider the other side of things, and that there are people watching, chatting right now, who very much feel the same way, and are maybe just realizing things for the first time, or adding this to their psychological profile so they can work through it later, you know? So, just think about that, that's all. Yeah, I'm just mad that so many people call this game pretentious. Some people use the word pretentious to describe anything that makes you think. Anything that isn't just fucking spoon-fed to you. Right? And that's annoying as shit. There is some pretentious shit out there. I'm not saying it's an invalid word. I say it is a word that is heavily overused by people who don't want to experience things or don't like experiencing things that don't relate to them specifically. They don't like putting themselves in other people's shoes. They don't like having to think. They don't like things that go against their preconceived worldview. And anything that tries to say anything different from what they're already experienced with is like, has its head up its ass. It insists upon itself. It's pretentious. It's like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up and learn to get some taste, bro. There's no hands on the clock. Not quite sure what that signifies, but no hands on the clock. People don't use pretentious anymore, Justine. They call it slop now. They call it slop and they use a gif saying things insist upon itself without really understanding what the fuck that phrase, like, actually means. Day is a part of me that I actively suppress. I'm honestly quite scared of. This game is something that I return to sometimes to let myself process that part. I have 25 hours in this game just from that. Thank you for sharing that. I can see why people will resonate with this. This game's quality slop. You only like it because it's good. Got a flickering light indicating where to go. Let's be contrarian just for a little bit. This game doesn't really hide anything, so I don't expect to see anything, but I still want to walk around. I think that a friend breakup I had last year was a version of me and my friend being Coda, or maybe it was a little the other way too. I will leave the rest of this thought to therapy. Take notes. It's useful. It's out here for a reason. The music choices and audio design are also very simple, but very powerful as well.
Solution.
Me, baby. How can I fix it? Tell me how to fix it. I can feel good about myself as long as I can help, right? I have worth as long as I can help, as long as I can fix the problem.
I guess if someone had told me ahead of time that he just really enjoyed making prison games, maybe I wouldn't have thought he was so desperate.
Not quite.
I wouldn't have told so many people that he was depressed. Maybe he just likes making prisons.
You're understanding you're in the wrong here, but... He's so close. He's so close to getting it. I think that's another thing that's really sad. Like, not having the tools to describe or explain why you were wrong, but knowing you were wrong and not... Just not having the tools to understand why. That's also a tragedy in its own way. You just go through life knowing that you fucked up, that you hurt people, and you are the way that you are, but you don't know what you did wrong. It's like everybody knows something that you don't. Like, you speak... Your social interactions are just one dialect off from what everybody else speaks. And you're there trying to bridge that gap and you don't know how. But Coda is
Even
not
now,
there for that.
The disease is telling me to stop. Don't show people what a shitty person you are. They'll hate you.
I see it, but I'm gonna walk around a little bit. He's just like the background. I'm joking. I'm
If I
I'm
knew that my life depended on finding something to be driven by other than validation, what would that even be? It's strange, but the thought of not being driven by external validation is unthinkable. Like, I actually cannot conceive of what that would be like.
I'm seeing messages in chat, and I appreciate you guys for sharing. I obviously I can't go through every single one, but I'm seeing glimpses of it, and I'm so happy that it's resonating with people one way or another. And I appreciate you guys for being vulnerable in there and relating to this message in whatever way that you can relate to it. I appreciate you guys understood what I said when I said, like, hey, don't just spend all your time shitting on them. Like, really think about it. Really think about it. Let them talk. Let them work through it. You'll see something.
What now? I think I need to go. And I'm sorry, because I know that I said that I would be here and I would walk you through this, but I'm starting to feel like I have a lot of work to do. I have a lot that I need to make up for, and so I'm just gonna... Okay.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I'm not sure I remember when I started crying. Feel what you gotta feel. Appreciate y'all sharing with me. This is such an important game, as Min just said. It's a and to echo a little lesson that I bring every Sunday. There's not a lot to this game. Like visually, mechanically, it's very simple. A lot of it is carried by the writing and the intent behind everything. You don't need fancy shit to make something powerful, you know? I see the hole in the floor, but doesn't go up any further, does it? Okay, no, it doesn't. It stops right here. And that, okay. Or if you hear banging, it's my upstairs neighbors. Oh, is that the fucking laser from the shooter game? Don't think about that too much, Circuit. I think that's what this game was for. Oh, we're going up. Oh, shit. does feel like an apology. Like that. This shit. As I mentioned earlier, the vulnerability comes from a place that somebody has first-hand experience with this. Either somebody has first-hand experience with this, or somebody was Coda, and this is like a love letter to the friend they wish, like the development they wish their Davy had. This comes from somebody who dealt with this shit, and you can feel it. Oh, it's a little loud. Voice is being drowned out. Sorry. I'm gonna turn it down just a little bit. It's giving semi-autobiographical, yeah. That was really good. This game, I know what it reminds me of now. It reminds me of when I wrote a suicide note. When I felt everything I did was always wrong, I always hurt someone, and that feeling behind that reminds me of that time in my life. I can feel it too, yeah. Like, it was pointed out earlier, but like, near the beginning of the game, you're given this thread where it's like, okay, yeah, this is a collection of games that my friend made, and he doesn't make games anymore. And as you got into it, I'm like, oh shit, like, a lot of people were like, excluding myself, were like, oh god, is he dead? Did Coda fucking die? Like, what happened? And then, as was mentioned in chat, it turns out he's probably doing just fine. He's probably doing just fine, and the release of this game is missing the point and is a violation of what he wanted. No? It's gotten found as far as I know, but I like to take the optimistic view that the very last segment has so few of the hallmarks of the earlier ones because it's Davy's first attempt to create for himself. That's a nice interpretation. I don't think I replied to Pasta properly. I apologize. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you for being here. I hope you continue to be here. We want you here. Oh yeah, Chancletta, I meant like more in the beginning. Like in the beginning before we knew what the main theme of the game was. It's like you have this little ominous, oh yeah, he just suddenly stopped making games. I'm like, uh-oh, what happened to him? And it's like, everything that happened to him, and he just wants to be left the fuck alone. Check the options for something interesting. What am I looking at? In audio? Oh, the narration wasn't there before. Oh, that's an interesting touch. That's interesting. I like that. I like how the last message from Coda says, when you understand what I'm talking about, don't say anything, and then the game ends with Davy not saying anything for the entire final level. You might get it, guys. I kind of like, I do like the fact, another thing I really liked about this game is that it didn't end with Davy fully understanding what he did wrong. It wasn't the whole therapy speak / negative, oh, I understand what I did wrong. Here's exactly what I did wrong and I get it now, right? I'm glad it didn't end with that, because that's not how that works. You don't get a happy ending where Davy and Coda like get back together and are friends again. Like, you get Davy starting to get it and saying that he feels like he's got a lot of work to do and he's got some shit to work through. And I'm like, yeah, you're not going to realize it overnight. There's a lot of shit you need to unpack, and Coda is not a part of that. And I think step one is realizing Coda is not a part of that. There's one thing I remember I was a little unsure about. I remember whenever I heard analysis of the game, I remember hearing some readings that Coda was a trans woman. I'm curious if there was something we missed or if there's something you can infer from the narrative. Nothing specifically stood out to me. Just shooting stuff at the wall here. I can see how there might be like somebody can see an allegory between a person makes something for themselves and is comfortable being hidden from the world, and then having a well-meaning but unempathetic friend who misinterprets that privacy for depression and outing them without their consent. So I can kind of see parallels there if you were kind of to like interpret it in that way. I can see it. I didn't really pick up on anything explicit about that situation specifically though, unless I missed something for sure. But there's a number of interesting parts where NPCs get unexpectedly gendered, and Coda's comment about the only place I can be safe, so I can for sure see the reading. That's a good point as well. I think at least from my first and only playthrough being completely new to the game, I feel like it is something. There's so many like little layers to it that a lot of people can draw different interpretations. It's one of those things that's not like spoon-fed to you. It's like, okay, this is what the creator meant by this specifically, and this means this. There's a lot of little things, like for instance, like the meaning of the three circles, right? What's inferred by so like the heavy focus on talking to yourself in these games that no one was meant to see, right? Especially that one part where you're from the future and you call back and talk to your past self to help them solve something, right? I feel like there's a lot of things that you can read into it a lot of different ways, and I think that's by design, and I think that's part of what makes it so powerful, where you have like a base concept and it's more about exploring that feeling rather than canonizing lore, you know? So I think you can have a lot of different readings about it and they'd all be valid, because like even if you don't relate to Coda or Davy one-to-one, you can still see things that you recognize throughout this game. The part with the phone call to your past self was a bit trans for sure, but you could also interpret it as like, because if you're in the booth, and the things that really stuck out to me was A, we're the first people to call back, like back in time, end quote, and B, it's us telling our past selves the answer, and the answer just being to sit and talk. And I feel like that could apply to a lot of struggles. But yeah, you can absolutely read it as something to do with gender or sexuality or something, right? I do think Davy's feelings about Coda are potentially pretty fucking intense either way, so queerness of some sort certainly readable, I'd say. 100%. Yeah, I can see like a queer reading of it where Davy has some shit he hasn't unpacked about himself and is projecting a lot of it onto Coda, who seems a lot more confident in who he is and how and what he shares with the world and what he doesn't, right? Them having different definitions of what a game is, right? Whether a game should be, or I should probably say, them having different philosophies on what a quote-unquote game is. Whether it's meant to be seen by the world, or if it's something that should be, that can be done just for yourself, and you don't have to perform for anyone. Lots of different readings. Lots of different readings there. The Beginner's Guide to Yuri. It struck me as the old question of, you could tell your 18-year-old self something, what would it be? Yeah. That was really fucking good. I really enjoyed that. Gave a lot to think about for sure. Let me grab the store page real quick. If you'd like to play through this yourself, it is currently on sale for $6. Coda is also very aware of their own mental state, with the low swings are the part of the process where Davy was almost panicking with his emotions. Yeah. You can also, like, not read too deeply into it, because it also works just as a surface level, right? You have a game dev who doesn't do anything himself and didn't realize until like 3/4, 80% of the way through the game that he's like, oh, I'm validating myself using your work, and you're the only thing that made me feel like I was worth something, because Davy never didn't spend. He spent after gaining an interest in Coda after the game jam, he was more interested in figuring Coda out than he was from learning from him at all. Right? How much time had passed between them meeting after that game jam and the last game that Coda released? Did he make anything? Did like Davey make anything between point A and point B? It doesn't seem like it. So instead of mooching clout off of this dev who was much more confident in himself than Davey was, right? He could have spent all of that time making things, and he didn't. So you can also just take it straight at face value as like go out and fucking do something instead of like projecting everything onto somebody else that you admire, you know? Yeah, it's $4 USD, it's $6 Canadian, it is 50% off right now. I can imagine that maybe some of the reviews are that it's kind of expensive because at full price it's $12. And yeah, I think $12 is a little steep for the content that you get. So I can imagine maybe some of the reviews being about the price. I think $6 is very fair, in my opinion. I think $6 is very fair. So it's on sale right now. Grab it if you want to. You can also buy the soundtrack. This definitely feels like something that you can gain something on multiple playthroughs, even if it's exactly the same every time. Because especially the narrator as well, the performance from the VA was very powerful. Like it was very good. Like I liked the steady degrading of his mental state as the game went on until he has that full-on crash out where the walls are closing in. Like it felt like a guy, like some guy's internal monologue. Right? It was really good. Keyword figure out, going back to Davey's more problem-solving oriented mentality of needing to fix it. Yep. 100%. I first played this game a few years back after being recommended by Pirate Software as an answer to how do I get the confidence to make games. I didn't get why he recommended it for that reason, but now I do. Just do stuff instead of trying to huff someone's art like paint. Yeah. You can also interpret it as an allegory for not doing things, right? Like if you don't think of Coda as a person, but you think about Coda as just an anomalous, as like the anomalous concept of art by people who are confident in what they're doing. Instead of spending all of that time just consuming that and trying to figure it out and trying to like understand where people were coming from, go do things. Especially in the beginning when you see the first couple of games and they're very limited and they're not like, when I say finished, I hope you understand my intention. I'm not taking Davey's side here. It's like, well, it should have a start and a middle and an end and it should be playable by the public, but they were very small in scale. They were very simple, you know, and as we played on, they got like more and more elaborate. So even Coda's development as a game dev was being watched from behind a window by Davey, when Davey could have been using that time to do the same thing, but he didn't. And as a creative, I especially felt like when Coda was when Davey was talking about, Coda took longer and longer between his updates. Like it took him 5 months to make this. It took him 6 months to make this. Like why? There's like nothing here. And like I could feel that like creative burnout, that fear with the intervals getting longer and longer, right? It's just it's a lot. It's very good. It was a very simple game. It was a very, very simple game, but the writing made it super fucking effective. I think that was really, really well done. Yeah, they met at a game jam. I read this game as kind of a cautionary tale about certain attitudes towards curation, art criticism, and other forms of derivative art, how destructive it can be to try to infer intent and project yourself into the work for all parties involved. That's a very excellent and eloquent interpretation as well, yeah. These little games are just as much practice as they were self-expression, like a private journal, yeah. I think another little lesson that you can get from this, that I'm still working on myself, is that not everything is for public consumption. Sometimes you're there to just make things as like just personal experience, just something personal that is just for you, that just to experiment. Like make things without considering it being digested by the public. It is okay to make anything for no one else's eyes but yourself. And I think it's very important if you're a creative of any kind to do that on a regular basis. You don't need to post these things anywhere. You don't need to share them anywhere. And I think the fact that, like, you can also feel how betrayed Coda must have felt. Not just that they were shared, but the fact that he was sharing these very personal games with Davy when they're very clearly very private things that are not meant for public consumption. Like Coda was sharing parts of himself with Davy that Davy was not understanding. So I can see the tragedy and how frustrated he must have been from that point of view as well. Where you're being vulnerable, you're sharing these bits of your soul with another game dev, another creative, and they're just missing the point. They don't get it at all, and you can't connect in a way that you thought you could. Davey did not appreciate like how intimate receiving those in the first place even was. He just does not see it. Because if he did, he wouldn't have fucking published it online, right? And he told people that Coda was depressed, which is horrifying, absolutely. I'm sharing my personal work that I put my soul into, and you're showing it to any random person you want for validation, yeah. Like, I think the drop, the part of the game that it dropped, / positive, I mean like that emotional drop, you know what I mean? Like episode 3 of Madoka, when you're like, oh fuck, like that kind of moment, is when one of the early games when Davy was like, yeah, so you're in this room and et cetera, but then look, if I take the walls away, look at all of this stuff that was never meant to be seen. And that moment felt very naked. It's like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like you're there, you're playing a game, and, you know, the word of God is like, here, let me show you something that mechanically you were never supposed to see. And that's when I was like, oh, Coda's got some shit going on. I shouldn't be here. Why are you looking at this? And that was I think that was probably one of my favorite moments in the game. The walls dropping and realizing that there is a lot of shit going on behind the walls that we weren't privy to and were made private for a reason. That was when you went, hey, maybe don't? Exactly, yeah. It was like being forced to hear someone deepest secret. Oh, yeah. It felt like pulling a shower curtain back. Like, I really liked it. It was short, it was simple, and it was very effective. I really, really enjoyed this. The world we live in now, there's a bit of push on people's minds about, of course, you need to share publicly. Why else would you be making it? It's definitely more of a capitalism issue. Capitalism and algorithm issue as well, for sure. But algorithm is just a subset of capitalism. Than anything with the commodification of hobbies. The idea of making things just for yourself is simply hard for some people to imagine. Yeah. Like even now, like I'm not immune from that as well. I meet writers all the time who are like, yeah, you know, I write a bunch of stories in my journals for myself or whatever, and it takes a second. I can feel the loading circle. It takes a second for me to be like, wait, you made all of that and you didn't post it anywhere? Why? Because of the age of social media and commodifying your hobbies and like that internalization of, hey, if you do what you love for a living, you'll never work a day in your life, which is bullshit, by the way. It's a bunch of bullshit. And sometimes art is like just for you. You don't need to show anyone. You don't need to be good by some arbitrary standard. Like, that's not what art is for. It's about your relationship to whatever you produce. And I mean all kinds of art, like digital art, traditional art, if you're a writer, if you're a musician, if you work in textiles, like anything that you create has to be for you first and foremost. I don't write a lot for just myself, but like everything that I do put out is written because it's something I wanted to do and it's something I needed to get out there before I was driven insane, right? And if you lose that love of creation, it's really hard to get it back. And that's why you need to like take care of yourself in many ways. And that's why Coda took care of himself, right? He found it harder and harder to be making these little games because they weren't for him anymore. They weren't. And adding that element of external views made it harder and harder for him to produce anything until he cut off Davey completely. So, take care of yourself in whatever way that you need to, and don't be afraid about it, even if it means cutting people off. So, yeah.
Something that took me a while to understand is that art doesn't have an inherent purpose beyond making you specifically feel something while creating it. Everything else is secondary, even sharing it. 100% Chancletta, you hit it on the nose. You should be doing art because your soul wants to be putting it out there. Everything else is second. I'm not going to be the person who says, like, I used to subscribe to the idea, well, art needs to be for you all of the time, and you don't need to share it to anybody else, and it could just be for you. Like, I feel like there's a balance because we're human, right? There are artists out there who make things solely for themselves and nobody else, and that's totally fine. But I say prioritize yourself, and not that it has to be the only reason, because we're human and we want to connect with each other. And a big part of art is wanting to be seen by other people. So I don't want anybody to feel bad for wanting validation, for wanting people to see that the artwork they make, and have people appreciate that vulnerability, showing that off. Like, that's valid. Like, that's 100%. But what is the issue is when when that validation affects the entirety of your self-worth, if that's the reason why you're doing shit. If you make something that you're proud of and it flops online and that makes you feel bad, you gotta start re-examining why you're doing stuff. And that's why, for me at least, it's so, I can't imagine monetizing the shit that I do. I wouldn't be able to do it. Like, people who can do it are just fucking built different. Like, I can't. It's so hard. Because as soon as I start worrying too much about how other people are going to receive it, if it's going to be popular enough, if I can pay the bills next week by making this, it sucks all the fun out of it for me. For me. That's not everybody, but it's like, you need to make for yourself first. It doesn't have to only be you, but it's gotta be for you first, you know? Even with creating art that you intend on sharing, if you put meaning into your work and nobody picks up on some of the secrets you hid, I honestly still kind of like that. It's a special secret in my art just for me. It's there if you want to find it. Yeah, Delta, absolutely. It's kind of like an echo of what Coda was doing, right? Coda never published the stuff, but it's still kind of like, I still put things in there that are just for me and not necessarily for anybody else. I watch people do streaming and just worry that the joy is lost, and it makes me sad. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's everybody's got to make a living for sure, and I get that. And I'm like, you need to find. I don't have an answer for it, but you need to find a way to make sure that commodifying your art is sustainable for your own sanity and creativity. You know, and there's no easy answer. I don't have the fucking answer. I just know that it's something you need to be aware of. It's part of the reason I stopped doing chalk art and Fanigan Works. I was doing it for recognition, not because it was my favorite creative outlet. Like what Delta says, if I'm not creating, learning, and growing, but in my case, mathematics, I sink into depression, so I might do more chalk art sometime, but I would like to do it because I want to draw, and not because I want to make something for streamers to enjoy. 100%. We have a lot of people who, and we're very blessed to have this, very thankful. We have a lot of people in Fanworks who just started drawing or video editing or whatever, just to post memes in there, and I think that's awesome. And I hope that we sparked that love and interest to do that kind of stuff, but I also hope we're not the only reason you're doing it. We should not be the only reason you're doing it. You should make things with the satisfaction of, if I never posted this anywhere, would I be happy with it? You know? And that's harder and harder to do because, I know how exciting, especially from a personal point of view, I know how exciting it is to post something explicitly for other people to look at and for other people to laugh at and think is funny. I'm a fucking streamer. Of course I know how that feels, right? But if it becomes your only reason for doing it, it's a good reason to reevaluate, because I am honored to be the inspiration, to be the gateway into art, but I never want anyone to do anything solely to show it off to me. Don't do that. Don't. That's gonna harm you in the long run. Fanigan Works, that's great. Yeah, we have a little channel called Fanworks. We've had it since we started streaming. I say we because I usually stream with my best friend Veg 4 times a week, but he's moving this week, so it's just me on this channel right now. But because let me scroll up a little bit to show you. We call it Fanigan Works because the longer out you are, the more incomprehensible things are. And I have a bad memory, so I couldn't tell you the context to a lot of these, but they were very funny at the time. I don't fucking know. And the further back you go, the worse it gets. It's okay, this one I do remember.
But it's kind of like I might as well be in Greek. No, this is still funny. I know this is funny. I can see it, but that's that's the reason why we called it that. And it was a gag for like one stream. Like, you know what? I'm keeping this actually. I think this is funny. So now it's just fanning and works. Our city now. Oh, that's why I've been falling so much into the pocket of Big Adoptable. It makes so much room to play and draw. Absolutely. I love seeing people react to things I've made or done, but I don't want that to be mine or anyone's driving force 100%. Be feeling called out for that, though it is a good idea to make the simple memes I've been making for fanworks for myself as well. Absolutely. And again, I am so fucking grateful we even have people making fanworks at all. So this isn't meant to be ungrateful or anything like that. I love and appreciate every single one that we get, but I don't want anyone's entire artistic motivation to hinge on that, because like your motivation should never hinge on one thing. It should be because it's something you want to do, you know? Sometimes I feel guilty for not making a fanwork, then remind myself for being, yeah, never feel guilty. It's all for funsies. It's all for funsies. Wasn't that when a halo? Oh yeah, a halo of chairs and compasses, because that was a line from Z.A.T.O. You're right. When you show Oomphy the map that took you 8 hours and he mid-key adds lamps to it for no fucking reason. True! That short talk about why we make art really fucking helped me, both in my understanding of this game and my understanding of why I write in the first place, so thank you. I'm glad, Kappa. I'm sorry. Well, I'm not gonna say sorry. I appreciate the fact that we were able to sit here for 25 minutes and yap about the game. That's how good of a fucking game this was. Oh, it had something to say and it said it. Don't you love that? Wouldn't it be so much less interesting if Davey was a good person from the get-go? Make your characters textured. It makes them more interesting. Make them more textured. I have a problem with that too. I'm writing Featherbed and I'm having a big problem with, like, I'm writing characters that I don't want people to dislike. I have such a fear of people disliking characters, and that makes them so fucking boring. It makes them so boring. So I'm like, I'm imagining I'm rewinding them. I'm like, okay, this is post-character development. What did they look like a few years ago? Maybe we should start there and let them grow as a person. I'm still struggling trying to make dislikable characters, or characters that aren't super agreeable with everybody who will read them, because I'm afraid. I am afraid. And I need to get over that. And I'm working on it. It makes things so much more interesting when your characters are more textured. I love that we're able to generally talk about the game, as opposed to some YouTubers or streamers will just say it was bad and won't try and think about why people didn't like it, or why some people might resonate with it. I think, yeah, coming from the opposite end, I do think, sorry, we've been in fucking silence. We've been in absolute silence. There we go. If I dislike something, I go over the pros and cons of it, and why I see people would dislike it, and why I liked it, etc., etc. I should take a step back and see, like, I can see why people wouldn't resonate with this game if like, they're not familiar with this kind of mindset, or if they don't have experience with relationships like this, or people who think that way. Because if you don't have that experience, right, you're just gonna be spending the entire time yelling at Davey. And you're not going to have an appreciation for why he is the way he is, or his character growth and working through it. So if you don't, like, and that's kind of why partway through the game there, I was like, okay guys, we're shitting on Davey. Completely understandable, I get it. But also, pump the brakes for a second and think about that this isn't just like a comic villain. People think like this and have probably found a really important message playing it. So let's appreciate that at least. And, so, like, if you don't have that moment, you're just gonna spend the entire game like, this guy's a fucking idiot, what the hell? Or, you can just miss all the themes if you're not looking for them. It's like, if you're looking for something more engaging, it's just a bunch of, like, really boring mini-games and a guy talking the whole time. So if you're not there to, like, really engage with what the game is trying to tell you, I can see why you wouldn't like it. Not even necessarily in a negative sense, because we all want different things from our games, right? But I like textual analysis. I like trying to meet games on its level. I like trying to find the through lines and everything. That's how I find fun. But some people don't play games like that. Some people don't find fun in that, and they could find it incredible. Like, I've seen people say the Backrooms movie was boring, you know? And I'm like, it's because you're going into it expecting something that it's not, and then you're not finding it there, and you're like, okay, well, this is a waste of my fucking time. I disagree, but I get it. And also, if I paid 13 Canadian dollars for this, I probably would have said that was a little bit too expensive. I would say $13 for a 11-year-old game that's that length is kind of steep. So that would have absolutely impacted my opinion if I spent that kind of money on a game like this. As good as it was. I'm like, that's kind of steep for like a 2-hour game. I don't know, man. A 2-hour game made in Source Engine that didn't have a whole lot going on. That's kind of expensive. But I didn't. I got it for $5. So. Z.A.T.O into a beginner's guide is such a good 1-2 punch of games that you can sit and think through for hours. Because they said just enough that there was something to talk about, but also didn't say so much that everything had already been said. I agree. Yeah. I saw a lot of people say Iron Lung was boring, but I really liked it. Yeah, Again, it's Iron Lung is very much a slow burn, so if you're going into it expecting like, oh, bam, 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 monsters, creepy shit, jump scares, you're not gonna get that. You're not getting that out of Iron Lung. It's very much a slow build, and if you're not expecting that, I can see why you dislike it. And yeah, not to use the phrase you just don't get it, but there's some people who just don't get it. You know? And part of why I do this, not just like, I enjoy it 100%, but part of the reason I do this is because, like, sometimes people don't get it, and hopefully I can analyze and talk about things in a way that help people get it, you know? Because some people just don't play games or read stories the way that I do. Some people just haven't trained that muscle. It's a muscle you gotta exercise, and like, I'm here to do some of that thinking for you. So maybe when you go into something else, you can take that train of thought and analyze things yourself, and maybe revisit some stuff you didn't get, and maybe get something out of it you didn't before. But I'm not a professional. I'm a professional yapper, not a professional literary analyst. So I said that just now, in other words, but emphasizing with Davy's desires and Coda's desires helped me realize that in my own writing, just because I seem like a more passionate, self-understanding oriented Coda, it doesn't mean I'm in the clear. Witnessing the ugliness of Davy's feelings taught me that I still have that same search for validation and recognition from other people, even if it's about my own art, yeah. Still processing my Z.A.T.O thoughts, I'll figure it out at some point. There's a lot to process. Reminder that Z.A.T.O is free, so you have no reason not to pick it up off of Steam and, like, go through it yourself if you'd like to. I'm sure you'd pick up even more, knowing the ending, I'm sure you'd pick up a lot more on a second playthrough as well. Oh wait, I missed something. Calling Infinite Justine, calling this the beginner's guide is like, that hits different at the end, doesn't it? Yeah! Yeah, it does. The title doesn't make like a whole lot of sense up until you get to that ending, you're like, ah. I love a good title that gets recontextualized by the end of the media. It's fantastic. Got bad news for you. The only difference between professional and amateur is whether or not you get paid for it. You are a professional. No! No! If I do what I love, I'll never work a day in my life. Bullshit! I know I like to lament on how literacy and media analysis are not doing great, but please forget that people aren't born with those skills. We are supposed to be taught this stuff. Exactly. Never feel bad. I did get a couple of messages. I did get a couple of messages over time, like, spread out, and I take no offense to it, where it's like, I feel bad for not being able to engage with things the way that you do. And I'm like, no, don't think about it that way. It's just a muscle you haven't trained, and I'm here to help give you some workouts. That's all it is. I have a ton of muscles I haven't trained. Like, for instance, I have no common fucking sense. Like, street smarts-wise, I am gullible as fuck. Never let me travel to a foreign country alone. Like, I am the mark. I am the person you want to dupe, because I am nice, and I am trusting, and I'm extremely gullible. Extremely gullible. So, that's an example of one muscle I haven't exercised at all. I'm very bad at street smarts. I got none, man. I have to put headphones on so no one talks to me when I'm in the street, because I will fall for your scam. I 100% will fall for it. And I can't let that happen to me again. You make us all smarter, it's like an AoE. Let's go! You gotta do work, it is no big deal, it's just learning, yeah. And I'm hoping that I can help people flex it, and again, the best compliments that I get are when people come back to me or like chat and are like, I didn't used to think about things the way that you did, and now I'm seeing this in, like, other things that I play or read. I'm like, that is fucking great. I'm gonna make you fall in love with stories and shit, man. It's awesome. It's awesome when you can see it. It's also kind of a curse, because then when something's bad, you can see why it's bad and why you didn't like it. And then you become me, super cynical and critical of everything you consume. And you have to, like, make an effort to not be an asshole. Because it's not great to, like, consume something and see nothing but its flaws, either. Like, that's, it's paralyzing. It sucks. But, So, like, this month, it's actually raising money so you can own a piece of it. Just give me $200 Canadian for a very orange. Hey! I'm good at scams when it comes to being online, okay? That's where I am. Just don't do that shit in real life, because I will send you money. It says gullible in your DMs. Did you just fucking send me a DM? Son of a bitch, Delta. How dare you? It's like people feel bad. It's like how people feel bad about not knowing how to do taxes. Most schools don't teach you this stuff. Yeah. If you think about, like, quote unquote media literacy, it's just a skill, and you can work on it like you can work on literally any other skill. But yeah, we've been chatting for like half an hour now. I think it's time to drop you off. We're already an hour over time. I need to eat food. Who do we got? Bum ba bum bum bum. Ba-da-ba-ba-da. Hey, what if we looked up somebody who was playing Beginner's Guide? Is anyone playing Beginner's Guide? Oh my god, we're the only ones playing Beginner's Guide. Never mind. Who else is live? Oh, Nim's going through the Final Fantasy XIV story. Where is she? I'm not sure whereabouts she is right now. I think she's... I don't know where she is right now. She's much further than I am, though. For sure. Thank you for stream. Thank you for showing up, Evie. I really appreciate you being here. Before I go in, what do we got? Thursday and Friday. Veg will be back on Thursday, so we're doing more Geek on Thursday, Friday evening. Friday afternoon, we're doing Umineko on the side channel. Wes will be there, Delta will be there, but in text only. But we're doing more Umineko on the side channel. Actually, let me shout out the side channel real quick. I did this as a taster of what I do on the side channel. Follow me on the side channel. I do more visual novels. We do more stuff like Z.A.T.O, because I want to learn more about visual novels. What else? I have never seen Cyberpunk Edgerunners, so we're doing a Cyberpunk Edgerunners marathon Saturday morning. It's going to be in Discord only, obviously. And then after that, I'm going to have a late stream on the side channel where I do like the first half of the Cyberpunk collab in Wuthering Waves, because everyone keeps glazing it, and it looks really good. But I should probably watch the series first before I do the game stuff. Yeah, I think that's about it. Veg is back on Thursday. More Geek on this channel. I don't know how much more analysis you're gonna get. Actually, we're in the middle of a big, like, exposition where he meets, like, this alien robot chick who has the soul of every girl he's ever loved or something, so we're gonna have a lot of time to unpack all of that. Alright, let me go ahead and raid into Nim here. Oh, Fanworks! You're right. Hang on. Can I do unraid? Unraid. Okay, there we go. Let me go ahead and lock Fanworks. Like the genre fan, look after the game's done. Oh, right, I forgot to, I saw messages earlier, the ones that I said that I was gonna ignore, that it was based on a real person. Can someone elaborate on that? Because I deliberately ignored them because I didn't want my opinion tainted. No? No? Not based, the developer himself. The dev used his own name, but he was acting as a character. Oh! Davey. Oh! That was his. Oh, that's him! Davey Reedon is a real person. Davey Reedon is not Davey Reedon. He was acting as a character. No, I got it. But he used the character's name to very much be like, this was me. And and that's why the credit said 4R, because that was somebody, or like an allegory for something that he did to somebody else, probably once upon a time. That's crazy. That's awesome. Well, when I said it was vulnerable, I didn't realize it was like that fucking vulnerable. Jesus. People thought the game wasn't fictional, and that was a source of discourse. Sometimes you gotta spell things out for people, man. Don't open this after seeing the end. Okay, I did see it. I made this. You made this? Therapy journal games? I made this, Davey, god damn it. That's good. That's good. Thank you. Who made this one? Who made this one? Lou. Thank you, Lou. I appreciate it. Oh, that's funny as fuck. Okay. Alright. Okay. Okay, no, I got a raid message. I got a perfect raid. I got a perfect raid message. Puts down a street lamp. That's the raid message. But thank you guys for experiencing Z.A.T.O and the Beginner's Guide with me, and thank you for having this really insightful conversation. This was really awesome. I'll see you on Thursday when Veg gets back, and it's back to the your regularly scheduled shenanigans. But yeah, follow my side channel if you're interested in this kind of stuff. This is what I do all the time on my side channel. I like yapping. That's what I'm good at. Get a job doing what you love and you're never working a day in your life, etc., etc.